everyone to the second day of Haus Universal Conference series. We would like to welcome all of you and again thank our project coordinator Susanna Wagner and our biennial liaison June Drevet for making all of this possible. We'd also like to thank artist João Polido for the soundtrack that we keep using for all the events. And of course Bernd Scherer, without whose support we couldn't have done the whole series, who is here with us today. Thank you, Bernd. And Gabi Horn and the entire biennial team.
Yeah, so also in my name, a warm thanks to all those who've organized this. You named the most important ones, and we did the full list yesterday. I'm just making a very quick announcement. Dirk Moses has COVID, so he won't be with us today.
We apologize. It's the second speaker we lost in these 2 days. It seems that the pandemic is still raging, unfortunately. We will give now the floor to Darla Megan and our first speaker, Katrin Durchen-Orfeld. A warm welcome to all of you. Oh, yes.
Thank you. So I am really happy to be back here again today, and I'll just go ahead and introduce our first speaker so we get started. Katrin Durchen-Orfeld. His paper is titled Rematerializations. Katrin is a visual artist and an independent researcher affiliated with Uncertain Archives Research Collective at the University of Copenhagen. Her work explores reparative critical practices as collaborative audiovisual practices that explore debris of broken histories. Her current research traverses the entangled colonial archives between United States Virgin Islands, Ghana, Greenland, India, and Denmark, presented in video installations, performative presentations, and publications. She was head of the Institute for Art, Writing, and Research at the Academy of Fine Arts Copenhagen, and where she was also a postdoc fellow. She is the founding member of Sorte Vierkant Bar and Cultural Venue Copenhagen. Thank you.
Thank you, Darla, for this generous introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Anna and Anselm, as well as Susanna, for putting together this extremely rich program. And thanks also to my co-panelists, whom I look very much forward to be in conversation with today. I also want particularly to thank Anna for reaching out to me about a year ago and asking about the situation in Copenhagen. It was a gesture of solidarity that is needed more than ever in the world that we are in. So, Bell Hooks passed away in 2021, and with her passing into the bardo between life and death, her teachings on education as a practice of freedom seems urgent as ever. For some time now, I've been pondering on an essay entitled Teaching to Transgress, but Not Too Much, ? The learning process, as Order Lord reminds us, is something you can incite, literally incite, like a riot. These are some of the questions that I would like to pose within the theme of this symposium, and it is my hope that my modest presentation on a very small and insignificant event that grew out of proportions in Denmark can resonate with similar situations that we are reflecting upon within this conference. So to do so, I would work my way through the following dates. 1670, 1755, 2020, 1792, and unknown. So, Academy of Fine Arts rests on a founding violence. The building was erected in 1670 by Gyldenløve. Gyldenløve was the unofficial son of the king and the governor of Norway, and a dispatch to London under Charles II. Gyldenløve had the castle erected. Surplus bricks were laying in the newly found harbor of Nyhavn. And it is said that those bricks were used as ballasts on the ships and can be found today in buildings in St. Thomas in the Danish West Indian Islands. And it is currently being debated among Danish historians whether Gyldenløve's ship Friedrich was among the first ships to initiate the Danish participation in the enslavement trade. But what we do know is that Gyldenløve was a shareholder of the Danish West Indian Company. Gyldenløve gave the castle to Charlotte Amalie, from whom the building has inherited its name, Charlottenborg. As we know, the capital of St. Thomas was named after Charlotte Amalie. Empty frame. So in 1754, when Frederick V, on the strong urging of his Lord Chamberlain Moltke, gave the building to the Art Academy and founded the Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts, the same years he bought the Asian Company and Guinean West Indian Company, directly tying the birth of the art institution in Denmark with the enslavement of people and extraction of resources in the colonies. I propose to view the building of Charlottenborg Castle, which houses the Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts, as a material witness, to borrow a term from Susan Schubley, but I guess I deploy it in a rather, incongruent manner, to the colonial history and point to the ways in which the foundation of the Art Academy and the birth of the entanglement ideas of the free and fine art, quote, in Denmark was co-constructed with colonial modernity. While the co-construction of art and colonial modernity is by no means understudied elsewhere, to my knowledge in Denmark, there has been a total absence and silencing of critical dialogue around the following questions. What does it mean to conduct art education on such contested grounds? What are the ramifications of colonial modernity within the art institutions today? And how does it continue, indirectly or directly, to distribute and determine what counts as a work of art, who counts as an artist, and who counts as a subject in society? So in 2020, following the Black Lives Matter demonstrations and the worldwide call to decolonize the art academies and universities, the artist collective Anonymous Artist, considering Frederick V's involvement in the enslavement trade and the colonial project, removed a plaster cast copy bust of Frederick V from the Assembly Hall of the Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts and submerged it in Copenhagen Harbor. With the art happening, Anonymous Artists wanted to articulate the ways in which the colonial era is invisible but still has direct consequences for minoritized people within the art academy and cultural institutions in Denmark. The collective stated, quote, "We want an art world that relates to and takes responsibility for not only the actions of the past, but also the ways in which colonialism is still active today," unquote. The artistic happening was carried out in solidarity with people in Ghana, Kalaalleq Nunaat, Virgin Islands, India, and elsewhere who live in the aftermath of Danish colonialism. The moment the video documentation of the happening hit the media stream, it created a huge outcry from politicians, media, and cultural leaders alike, who demanded to, quote, jail and handcuff the art activist, unquote, and claimed that it was destruction of, quote, priceless Danish sculpture, comparing it to ISIS and Taliban. Police journalists went on campus to apprehend the art activist, and a far-right artist went on campus naked and black-faced himself, shouting the N-word multiple times. The management of the Art Academy refused to take any measures and instead handed out lists of students to the police. I decided to take the responsibility for the artistic happening and was immediately expelled from my position at the Art Academy, and my research project, Entangled Archives on the Colonial History of the Art Academy, was defunded. And of course I was teaching, minding the academy, was halted immediately. So, while in Bristol, the statue of slaver Edward Colston has been put in a museum, laid down, covered in paint. In Copenhagen, the now rematerialized bust remained locked up by the Art Academy Council, who claim that they own the bust. And I'm saying this despite the fact that nobody knows exactly when it was produced or when it entered the assembly hall. So the rematerialized bust that was dredged up of the harbor is stored away from the general public, and students are not allowed to access it. In addition, the Art Academy Council said in a press release, "The bust is not created to pay homage to racism and slave trade. It was created in a context where it was normal that the king was autocratic and that slave trade existed." And I mean, they also said a lot of other stuff, but I'll not go. So what they did say is they compared the artistic happening to theft from a public museum, and therefore, of course, we have reported it to the police. But, however, the happening was not reported to the police by the Art Academy Council, as they initially said, but it was reported to the police by PM and head of the Danish far-right People's Party, Morten Messerschmidt, as well as Nikolaj Bø, who's a conservative politician for the municipality of Frederiksberg in Denmark. So immediately after, the Social Democratic Minister of Culture, Joy Mogensen, issued a restructuring of the arts educations in Denmark and wrote an op-ed in the Danish newspaper of Jyllandsposten, where she stated that we need to return to an art education producing sublime, in reference to yesterday's conversation, sublime and crafts-based art, rather than the slippery road of artistic research. The plaster cast copy bust was not, however, as all the news were claiming, a priceless Danish statue, but exists in more than 25 copies alone in Danish museums, collection, and private collections, out of which the Art Academy Council still holds the bronze in their collection, which is also something that they have never publicly announced. So, the over-representation of the white patriarch form renders it invisible when it is there, and unique in its absence. Within such a climate, how may we return to bell hooks and consider education as a practice of freedom? By chance and serendipity, or improvisation, the plaster cast copy bust of Frederick V was submerged across the harbor from the statue of Bright Bing Pong. Sorry. So it was submerged across the harbor from the Statue of Freedom that was created by Bright Bing Pong, a Guinean artist based in the United States. The Statue of Freedom was gifted to Denmark for the occasion of the centennial marking Denmark's sale of the Danish West Indian Islands, today United States Virgin Islands, to the United States. So many people thought that the 100 years marking of Denmark sale would be used as an occasion where the Danish Prime Minister would finally deliver his long overdue apology to the people of the Virgin Islands and Ghana. Sorry, I'm just going to take some water. Instead, he said, quote, "There is no justification whatsoever for the exploitation of men, women, and children that took place in these islands under Danish flag. There is no justification for slavery. It is unforgivable. Unforgivable. It is a dark and disgraceful part of Danish history," unquote. So instead of offering an apology, he termed slavery as an unforgivable condition, thus freeing the country he represents of any obligations towards reparations. I suggest that the reparative critical practices can be mobilized in what I term situations beyond repair. Following David Scott, I depart from the premise that New World slavery is not repairable, it is beyond repair, but that situations are beyond repair do not preclude the But that situations are beyond repair do not preclude reparations, but rather call for reparative practices that work in engaged and sustained practices of sharing infrastructures, material, psychic, educational, and poetical. This is not done to provide closure, but to start sincere and honest processes of working through the many layers of the unrighted wrongs. This work cannot be closed down by the non-performative non-apology of the perpetrating party declaring themselves unforgivable. And so I'm just going to play a short excerpt of a voice piece by Oceana James, who's an artist from Virgin Islands based in New York, which she created for the Statue of Freedom in relation to an audio walk that we did called Voices in the Shadow of Monuments.
In 1785, my maternal great-great-great-great-grandmother, on my mother's father's side, Azunta, was born somewhere in Africa. We think she is Igbo, but we're not certain. We believe the name was given to her by her parents in Africa, but we do not know for sure. What we do know is that naming is a rite in African tradition. A singular name imbues a person with thousands of years of history and memories and traditions and expectations and stories and connections. Azunta is the closest we have come to reclaiming that tradition that we were robbed of. What we also do know is that the name Azunta is singular in the Danish archives. What we do know is that she was captured and taken to St. Croix at the age of 13, where she was sold to Raja O'Farrell, the owner of estate Annalee, which is in the northwestern part of the island. What we do know is that is where she remained until her death in 1857, and where she bore 2 daughters, Ancilla Thomas, born 1809, and Christiana Thomas, born 1816. It is Christiana from whom I descend. And this could be the totality of her life, kidnapped from the life she knew and sold, and bore children and worked to death like most were of the time. But it wasn't. Azunta had something else. We are not sure at all what it was. Azunta knew and remembered freedom, that we know. As I know her name, I am certain she knew her faith great-grandmother's name, even while living under the oppression of Danish colonial rule. And I am also certain that she called their names when she refused to work, so that in 1821, at 36 years old, the mother of 5-month-old twins, she pulled on their strength and challenged the Danish authorities by taking the manager of Estate Annalie before Judge Andreas Johannes Andersen, reporting ill treatment resulting in her refusing to work. She demanded that the Danish authority recognize her humanity. She demanded that they recognize that she was not an item to be logged into their records along with their oxen and their acreage. She refused to let them have her be reduced to a mere possession with no history and no connection to another way of being. In the court documents, Azunta was described as, quote, very troublesome and unmanageable, unquote, and, quote, idle and insolent, unquote. So I wonder, did she take her troublesome, unmanageable, idle, and insolent self and march down to Frederiksted Fort and demand her freedom? Did she sing Clear the Road as they overtook the fort? Did she hear General Butto? Did she future her twins into adulthood? Was this ever realized? Was this freedom? Of this we are not sure. Perhaps. And perhaps the 5 or so pages of court-related handwritten documents in the Danish archives that are waiting to be translated have some of these answers. And maybe one of those answers is that is where my freedom lies as well. In the meantime, may she continue to rest in eternal peace. May her spirit of defiance continue to live in me. And in the meantime, all I can do is hope that she is pleased.
Let's continue to build.
Okay. Out of the water, the rematerialized form emerged. As a copy bus sank into the harbor that functioned as the center of the transatlantic enslavement trade, the oceanic roots and currents worked back on its texture. The polished surface was transformed, the Hessian structures laid bare, to reveal a texture that resurfaces what has been made invisible and silenced. The reproduction of racism, sexism, ableism, homophobia, transphobia, classism, and other forms of repression that have been exercised within the art academy and art institutions in Denmark up until this day. The white patriarchal form that radiates rationality, liberty, equality, and authority was transformed into a concave form as its negative other. In the process of rematerialization, a massive amount of white rage was unleashed. However, it also disentangled the form and made other different narratives visible. It paved the new pathways and created new friendships and art collectives. The rematerialized form comes to form a Möbius-like movement in which a given material both harbor the violent history of its own making in its very texture and materiality. By disentangling and reassembling these textures and materials, sedimented practices become permeable. Rematerialization make possible a rematerialization that calls into question the hegemonic forces that determines who counts as a subject and which bodies that matter and are worth protecting in society. So I have 5 minutes left, and I don't know if I have time for the last chapter, which is the, 1792, unknown, but I will maybe go through it super fast, and then we can return to it in the conversation if there's questions. So the Art Academy also harbors other stories, other material artifacts that can attest to different narratives and different pedagogies. And I'm just gonna scroll through a series of projects and by collectives. But the institution keeps whitewashing itself, literally painting over its own history in the pursuit of the new. While scrolling over my news feed on Facebook, I encountered the image of an abolitionist coin purchased by Colonial Williamsburg Museum in 2018. The coin was created in 1792 by the Danish artist Nicolai Abildgaard, who was a professor at the Art Academy, for the occasion of the Edict of Abolition of Slave Trade. It has been a common myth within the Danish self-understanding that this edict made Denmark the first European nation to ban the trade in enslaved people, which is not true. The decree was made with a 10-year grace period so that it would take effect until 1802. In that 10-year period, the number of enslaved Africans shipped to the Danish West Indian Islands increased drastically, what historian Neville Hall has described as, quote, a feverish importation, unquote. In addition, it meant change in the supply chain to control over enslaved women's reproduction. The coin is celebrated by the museum curator, quote, not only is it beautifully and sensitively display the portrait of an African man, it also marks the beginning of the abolitionist movement in Europe, unquote. Even though it might be abolitionist, it can still be seen as a racialized depiction continuing to reproduce the epistemic and aesthetic violence in the archive, despite the fact that its intentions might have been otherwise. I have not been able to attend to the subject and found out who the sitter is. But I couldn't help to notice how Abildgaard's depiction shares striking similarities to Joshua Wedgwood's famous anti-slavery medallion of a chained slave on bended knees, begging, am I not a man and a brother? As Hartman shows, that bid for emancipation reproduced the abject position of the slave. Quote, the demands on the slave and the present have everything to do with making good the promise of abolition. And this entails much more than the end of property in slaves. It requires a reconstruction of society, which is the only way to honor our debt to the dead. This is the intimacy of our age with theirs, an unfinished struggle. To what end, Hartman asked, does one conjure the ghost of slavery, if not to incite the hope of transforming the present? In a similar fashion, in our case, how can we fashion an art education as a reparative project in situations beyond repair? What would an abolitionist art education that could have happened and been instituted in 1792 but never was entail? What would an abolitionist education look like in a Danish Nordic context? What kinds of reparative infrastructures could emerge out of the social political structures that the racial capitalist society continues to produce? The refugee camp, the deportation camps, the forced deportations in Denmark in particularly, of Syrians, Afghans, Somalis, and many more asylum seekers. the so-called newly introduced ghetto law in Denmark, the continuous racism and discrimination within the learning institutions, the concrete demands for decolonization, sovereignty, and land repatriation in Sapmi and Greenland. And the list is long, so I think I will just quickly end on a final image. So this is just something that I would really love to discuss in the discussion, is how we could sort of fathom a different form of art education that works horizontally, and I know that you're also engaged in similar projects across all these different geographies. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Katrine. I think we went over a little bit. I didn't do my job because I really needed to hear what you said, so I'm a terrible moderator. Excuse me. Don't ever ask me to do it again. But I think it's so important what you've done, and it really resonates personally as well as professionally in every way in my spirit. So I thank you for that. Really kind of quite moved here. I need to keep the program moving along, but we will get back to discussion. So our next speaker, Max Jorge Hinder Cruz. The paper is titled Real Narratives and Real Struggle. Max is a Bolivian-German writer, curator, and philosopher. Since 2022, he is artistic director of the Academie der Künste der Welt. From March 2019 to June 2020, he was director of the National Museum of Art in La Paz, where he founded the museum's program in Bolivia for decolonial studies in art. His essays, text, and cultural critique have been published in Spanish, German, English, Portuguese, and French. Oh, I can't wait to hang out with you. Okay, in various formats. So I'm like, there's just so much to learn here. Okay, in various formats, in catalogs, magazines, and international newspapers in Europe, Africa, the USA, and Latin America. In January of this year, his latest book, Le Duda con la Belleza Textos? Sorry, excuse my Spanish. My mother's going to be like, oh my God, okay. Was published by PCP, Programa Cultura Política La Paz 2022. Thank you, Max.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, first of all, to Anna Teixeira Pinto and Anselm Franke for the invitation. Thank you to Kadea Atje and the Berlin Biennale. Thank you to the teams of Haus, der Kulturen der Welt, representing here by Bernd Scherer, a longtime collaborator, and the team of the Academie der Künste. Thank you, Dala, and my co-panelist partners. Thanks to June, to Sophie, and especially to Susanne Wagner for taking care of me and my colleagues. And last but not least, thank you to everyone who made it to the conference during these wonderful summer days and on a weekend. But most of all, I would like to thank the researcher and cultural manager, Claudia Pacheco-Arauz, with whom since almost 3 years I'm working on a project that's called PCP, Programa Cultura Política, to rethink culture as a political tool for the historical project of implementing a plurinational state in Bolivia, and that is complementary to the struggle for social justice and for the right of education. Many ideas presented here stem out of our joint venture. So, real narratives and real struggle. They say that history is written by the victors of the great historical struggles. And with each new struggle, with each new epoch, our responsibility to revise the dominant narratives, to put them at test, is renewed. It is precisely for this reason that the great historical struggles were always at the same time struggles for the primacy of narratives. and many times they were struggles for the vindication of historically repressed, omitted, exterminated point of views. So about 3 years ago, in December of 2009, I traveled from La Paz in Bolivia to Santiago de Chile, invited to inaugurate the annual meeting of curators and museum managers at Violeta Parra Museum. Traveling from La Paz to Santiago in those days seemed like a Hollywood apocalyptic blockbuster. Those were bizarre days. It was only 2 weeks after the coup d'etat against the government of Evo Morales, and the de facto far-right president Janine Áñez had just given impunity to the military, and thus the massacres of Sacaba and Sancata had just taken place with approximately 40 dead and hundreds of wounded. The streets were militarized, and the government, the coup d'etat government, was persecuting journalists, bloggers, public servants and officials, and even relatives of former authorities. So leaving downtown La Paz towards El Alto Airport, one could see and come across blockades, destroyed public infrastructure, smoke everywhere, the metallic smell of tear gas and the smell of burning tires, police, tanks, military everywhere. But what was really disconcerting, even more than that, what was really disconcerting was that 2,500 kilometers and 3 hours plane ride later in the city of Santiago, exactly the same thing was happening. Tear gas, destroyed public infrastructure, military, graffitied houses, people in the streets running from the police. It seemed that the whole world was in a state of war, and my journey was just a wandering on a battlefield without borders. But not only the scenario was bizarre, also the behavior of the people. In Bolivia, not only most of the media had turned, suddenly changing political sides and political stance, but also work colleagues and friends. Even the most unexpected people who a few days before had said that they were so committed to the process of change, the revolutionary process of forming a plurinational state, were now following the narrative of an alleged election fraud, thus legitimizing the pressure of the police and the armed forces to overthrow a democratically elected government and install a de facto government. I remember how it felt physically in my own body, not knowing who I could trust. Between the civil violence and the arbitrariness of police political persecution, everyone and everything had become a potential threat. Fear seemed to run through my spine and marrow like mercury or something that glowed cold and felt toxic. The whole situation gave me a tremendous lump in my throat, the hypocrisy, the tear gas, the fear. At the same time, while I had to open the conference in Santiago de Chile, talking about the situation we were going through as a country and as a region, in the prosecutor's office in La Paz, they were interrogating my partner for 6 hours straight, the only person in my close environment whom I could trust and whose political integrity I would never question. 6 hours without a glass of water, trying to be intimidated and incriminated with absurd accusations. From the stage, I looked at the directors, curators, and cultural managers gathered in the audience in Santiago. I thought of the open letter José Pepe Mujica, the former president of Uruguay, wrote to Janine Áñez after the massacres in Sancata, asking her to stop and think about how she wanted to be remembered by her people, how she wanted to be remembered by history. And with that lump in my throat, I said what my conviction demanded of me. I said, now is the moment in which we have to decide which side we want to be on. Which side do we want art and culture to be on? Which side of history do we want to be on? As representatives of institutions whose mandate is to represent our cultures and our peoples, it is our ethical responsibility to take a stand. Later in October 2020, Bolivian left-wing candidate Luis Arce Catacora won presidential elections by a late landslide victory with over 55% of the votes. A year later, in December 21, in a second turn, Gabriel Boric won with similar numbers with 55.8% the presidency of Chile, and he won with the promise to rewrite the constitution that still stems from the Pinochet regime, transforming Chile by constitution into a plurinational state, just as Bolivia did some 10 years ago in 2009, after many years of upheavals and struggle of social and indigenous movements against the neoliberal regime. There are those who suspect that historical truth would be nothing more or less than a point of view or a matter of interpretation. There are those who would say that truth itself is relative. But let's make no mistake, truth itself is a relative quality, relative to a kind of a pre-existing truth. Truth, on the other hand, is a condition. Moreover, from the point of view of the real, truth is a necessary condition, and it is a historical and contextual condition. There are truths written by the finest pens, and there are truths forged with bullets. Truth is a historical condition, not a more or less certain word, nor it is an essence. However, if truth is a condition, subject to alterations and changes, then positioning oneself before the condition one lives, before the condition one has lived, is a historical function. And I will add, it is our ethical mandate to take a position. The analysis of the images and the imageries, of the discourses and the narratives that accompany us is our primary instrument for this. But there is also a truth that is not logocentric, that is not polysemic, that is not a matter of interpretation. History is not only written expression of those who know how to write and therefore think that they are better, of those who dominate the media, the academia, the museums and cultural institutions and have their big libraries and have their big thoughts. History is also written in our bodies, in all our feelings, in pain and mourning. It is here that the stories whose words always fell short are written. The visible and invisible stories, the pleasures and the traumas, fear and hope. It is here that the songs of glory resound and the cries are drowned. It is also here in the intimacy of what only one by oneself knows, only a family knows, a community knows, and only we have experienced that our truth accumulates. It is here that taking a stand means putting the body at stake. This is, you might have guessed, also where the colonial experience comes into play. I would like to give you an example, that of Bolivia, of the plurinational state of Bolivia. First, from 1825 to 2008, after the so-called liberation from the Spanish imperial colonialism, Bolivia was constituted as a republic, which basically means that the whites, most of them Spanish themselves, who were living on Bolivian territory, had decided they could make more money if they separated politically from the Spanish. That means avoid paying taxes, disapprove of the monopoly of violence of the Spanish army, etc. Since the people in power and the republic remained white, their narratives of an own cultural identity remained white. That means Eurocentric, or at least Iberocentric. The great effort of systematizing a Bolivian art history and inventorizing what would become recognized as Bolivian patrimony, that is, the artifacts that culturally constitute the national identity of the Republic of Bolivia, this huge workload was only done in the 1950s and following decades, and it was done by a couple, an architect and an historian, whose family prides itself of being of Spanish pedigree, and from which one famous individual, who is the son of this described couple, was co-responsible for the military-backed coup d'etat in November of 2019. The neoliberal candidate, actually, who had lost the election against Evo Morales and then invented the narrative of election fraud, that was soon backed by a dubious report of the OAS, Organization of American States, that again was contested by many international human rights organizations and also by specialists of the MIT, the Massachusetts Institutes of Technology, or specialists of the University of Salamanca, amongst others. Later, the European Union with the German European Commission leader were amongst the first ones to congratulate the coup d'etat regime after assuming power in the midst of military occupations of the centers of power in Bolivia. However, this same person I was just describing had years before, in 2009, during a short period as an interim president of Bolivia, said that social and indigenous movements, listen to this, he said that as a president, as an interim president, social and indigenous movements who were fighting for the access to water and primary natural resources would make the country ungovernable and were enemies of the republic. So, politically, this is the ideological context from where the institutional, the official narrative of how Bolivia would have gained its cultural identity from was generated. And it is the one that is still in the books. Interestingly enough, historically, it was also the time that the UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, came into life. It is crucial to keep in mind that UNESCO might be called United Nations Organization, but it has its headquarters in Paris, and it implemented a rigidly Eurocentric bourgeois perspective on the safeguarding paradigm of cultural heritage on a global scale. That is, they said, a universal paradigm. As my colleague and comrade Claudia Pacheco writes, it is not a coincidence that the implementation of a new definition of what safe-worthy cultural patrimony would be was implemented after a thorough destruction process, such as the World War II, that looked at Europe in order to wanting to determine the legitimacy of cultural politics for the rest of the world. It was upon these guidelines, their epistemological and terminological imposition, that in my country, Bolivia, the two most important museums in the fields of art and culture were founded, the National Museum of Art and the National Museum of Ethnography and Folklore, that were both founded in the 1960s, and that strictly separated erudite high art in the Museum of Art and what was considered folkloric and ethnographic artifacts, that is popular art, in the Museum of Ethnography. At the same time, that erudite art that became nation building for the post and neo-colonial republic ideology had qualities such as, and I'll just count some of them, they can be attributed to an author's subject, even if declared anonymous, or to a canonized context. They correspond to the ideal of art as free expression of an artist's genius, even if declared anonymous. They correspond to European understanding of what an artwork would be, such as painting on a canvas or sculpture, etc. And last but not least, there are many more, but last but not least, I would like to name there are artworks, they are artworks that can be found in private domestic collections of the wealthy families of the Republic, right? They are white, of course. Now, to wrap up this line of thought, I would like to point at a historical turning point that marked what we could understand as the historical moment in which culture constituted itself as a social and political function in relation to the state, with the aim at decolonizing the neo-colonial regime represented by the Republic of Bolivia. The Constitution as plurinational state in Bolivia was an arduous effort that implied many decades of struggle of indigenous and social movements, 500 centuries of resistance to be exact. In the struggle for water during the war on water, in the struggle for access to water during the war on water in the year 2001, and the war on gas in access in 2003 and its aftermath until 2005, the indigenous and social movements fought for their access to primary resources. With over 100 people killed by the military repression during that period. But, and this is a crucial thing I would like to point out here today, these people also fought, like the social indigenous movements, also fought for their political identity. Identities of collective political subjects that were invisibilized for centuries and that were considered enemies of the Republic by the highest authorities of the country. And their primary tool, and this is the crucial aspect of it, was culture. Cultural identity. cultural identity in order to gain a political voice, to gain visibility, to be identified as a political subject, to be recognized. In a recent rereading of official statistics of cultural consumption in Bolivia, a project of the PCP, Programa Cultura Política, that is led by Claudia Pacheco, we found out that statistically, out of those 100 people, let's say, out of 100 people killed by the military during the social struggles between 2001 and 2005, statistically, most likely only 2 to 4 of them would have ever visited a theater function during their abruptly ended life. The truth is that given the protesters killed were all from considered low-income context, statistically, the number might be even lower than 2. We don't have numbers for visiting art museums, but let me tell you that theater is a much more popular art form in Bolivia than the visual arts. Where do I want to get with this? It is that the art and culture forms considered material patrimony by the official standard of the UNESCO do not feature, almost not, in the life experience of the people who gave their life in the struggle for a plurinational state. Only in the second half of the 1990s, a convention of the UNESCO presented the concept of oral and immaterial patrimony, things like rituals and popular celebrations for the harvest or rituals of non-monotheistic religions, to be potentially considered part of a global patrimony. This concept was only formalized in a 2006 convention, 2006, right? Now, what is really a shame is that the concept of immateriality, of oral and immaterial patrimony, robs the practices of these people described, that is, the practices of the majority of the Bolivian population that they identify with, it robs them of their materiality. By definition, that is, of their material condition and reality, of their material reality. A year before 2006, in 2005, the indigenous and social movements in Bolivia fought back neoliberalism and set the political stage for the democratic implementation of a new plurinational constitution of the state. The struggle for culture and then cultural identity was at the very fundament of this historical turning point. Yet, the universal narrative dictated from Paris of what patrimony is or could be does not give the possibility to reflect the material reality of those who identified with their culture in order to win a historic struggle for life and against neoliberalism. In Bolivia itself, there is still a lot to do. There is no question. Recover with democratic elections from the coup d'etat in 2020, that was the elections of 2020, was only the beginning. But we should be aware that it is in institutions in Europe, that still try to police what is to be considered art or not, that delegitimize art that is produced in context of political struggles, especially if they go against UNESCO, but mostly against NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization interests and their narratives of geopolitical justice. As far as I could perceive recently, we all could perceive recently, Berlin and Germany are at the very center of this debate. Before the dispute of narratives, before the struggle of imaginaries and interpretations, both as cultural managers, academics, or art workers, but also as political subjects, it is our duty to take a stand. It is our duty to fight for the word, fight for the unheard to be heard, to vindicate the truth, to claim truth for a revolutionary political purpose, the purpose of decolonization. The time is today, and the responsibility is ours. Thank you very much for your attention.
So the last speaker for this panel, well, thank you, Max. Let me just say that first. Like, I'm just getting like so taken in. It feels almost like I was invited by people who know me, so I'm very much engaged today and looking forward to the conversation. And Rasha, last but not least on this panel, Rasha Salti, Harvest of Springs, Retrospective and Perspective Considerations of the Arab Springs, the title of the paper. Rasha is a researcher, writer, and curator working in art and film. She is part of the artistic team of the 12th Berlin Biennale. So take it away, Rasha. Thank you. And we'll all come back together and join us on the stage for the discussion. Thank you, Rasha.
Thank you. I went to the wrong venue earlier today, which explains the change in order, so we should add wayward curator to my introduction. I want to begin by thanking Anna, Anselm, Susanna, and June, and everybody else who's making this technically possible. For the past decades, I have given presentations and lectures about the Arab Spring, about what happened in the so-called Arab region, making the arguments that firstly, the Arab Spring has a history, and secondly, that the politically engaged creative fields have been a surrogate territory for forging radical political imaginaries. You can probably hear me not inserting democratic between radical and imaginaries, and that is because I am ill-equipped to slide down the rabbit hole of a theoretical dispute between the bigwigs, the Laclaus, the Moufs, and the Zizeks. Obviously, I swim in shallow waters, because that is not the station I wish to get off at. So, I ask you to indulge me in my frivolity. To be less vague, I will, by radical political imaginaries, I refer to the aspiration for an egalitarian, socially and economically just system. The geocultural framing Arab is also complicated. It is not intended as a flat identitarian understanding of the art produced in the region by Arab world and Arab art. I mostly refer to the social, political, and economic conditions that prevail over the reality of a region in which Arabic is the most spoken language. One of the arguments I wish to make today is in fact the reverse of what I have been arguing in the past few years. There's nothing more fun than contradicting oneself as one advances in age. The arts have not been a surrogate field, but the refraction, the product, and the expression of emancipated political subjectivities, subjectivities that have been irrevocably transformed by taking part in a radical political collective experience of change. Furthermore, and on the passing of a decade, drawing inspiration from Tunisian judicial scholar Yaz Ben Ashur, I am no longer hesitant from referring to the series of jacqueries that constituted our springs as a revolution or revolutions. After the pacifist popular insurgency that forced Zinedine Labdin Ben Ali to flee Tunisia on a plane in the dark of night of January 14th, 2011 for safe haven in Saudi Arabia, and less than 2 weeks later the call for protests on Tahrir Square mobilized several thousands of Egyptians on January 25th, the champions of Arab exceptionalism theory seem to have been finally proven wrong. Arab exceptionalism is a widely pervasive theory that argues that Arabs were exceptionally immune to democratic systems of governance. Indeed, since the third wave of democratization gained groundswell, in the countries that formed the former Soviet bloc in the 1990s, social scientists in reputable Western academic institutions, in moneyed think tanks, and regional experts for hire explored the vexing question when, or if ever, Arab societies might be enticed by the winsome prospects of democracy. In 1992, British historian and Middle East specialist Eli Keduri, argued in Democracy and Arab Culture, published by the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, that the expectation was vain because there was nothing, and I'm quoting, nothing in the political traditions of the Arab world, which are the political traditions of Islam, never mind our Jews and Christians, which might make familiar or indeed intelligible the organizing ideas of constitutional and representative government. Furthermore, he continues, people have been accustomed to autocracy and passive obedience. Keduri taught at the London School of Economics from 1953 to 1990. His writings have carried significant sway, and while his wordsmithing and argument, exceptionalism, may have seemed a little too extreme or harsh to fellow scholars or experts investigating the topic, the more pervasive and less strident version refers to a democracy deficit in Arab societies, which is linked to the longevity of autocracies in the region. Perhaps it is not unusual to trace such venomous and racist production of knowledge to reputable academic institutions in the Western world. The currency of the theory of Arab exceptionalism is so powerful that it has cast away the off-frame and blindsided entirely other potential perspectives, specifically whose attention is focused on the long and rich history of social protests in the entire region. If one considers the 50th anniversary commemoration of May 68, for instance, that took place in 2018, 5 decades seemed not to have been sufficient to correct the obtuse Eurocentric perception of that historical moment and include the student protests that took place in Buenos Aires, Lahore, Beirut, and Cairo, and Dakar. A brief listing of some of the major strikes, citizen actions, and mass mobilizations that have marked the contemporary history of the Arab-speaking region unveils a radically different representation of societies. I shall go only as far back as the late 1970s, the moment when structural adjustment policies, reforms began to be implemented in exchange for loans and support from the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. In the case of Egypt, for example, for food and bread riots or rejection of eliminating state-funded subsidies on basic staples, the drastic withdrawal of social safety nets, and the privatization of vital economic sectors occurred in 1977. There were massive riots and social actions, social movements that took place in 77, 84, 1986 and 1989. In Morocco in 1981, 1984. In Sudan in 1985. In Algeria in 1988. In Tunisia 1984, 1986. In Jordan in 1989. These riots were invariably quelled and disbanded with excessive ministration of violence, but they often instigated reforms and a less cruel implementation of the drastic measures. In other words, they might have been effective. In the lead-up to the insurgencies identified as the Arab Spring, the recurrence of protests and strikes was actually accelerating. In the case of Tunisia, for example, it is impossible to write the story of the collapse of Ben Ali's regime without considering the struggles of the miners of the Gafsa Phosphate Company, the largest employer in the Gafsa region in Tunisia. Following the 1986 structural adjustment plan, it was reorganized, and by 2006, personnel had dropped by 75%. In 2007, the Union of Unemployed Graduates was formed, furnished with regional and local committees in the main towns of the mining basin. In 2008, following an accident on the work site, a political mobilization that included workers, unemployed youth, temporary workers, and students erupted and lasted 6 months. It was the most important protest movement of the country since the bread revolt of 1984. Beginning in the town of Rdeyef, it spread to nearby towns, Mulares, Mdliha, and Metlawi. Actions included hunger strikes, demonstrations, sit-ins, stop or slow down of economic activity on the site of mining. Railway tracks were torn apart to prevent transport of phosphate. The movement was also brutally crushed by the regime, but it constituted a milestone for dissenting political groups and politicized disenchanted youth. Just considering the number of labor protests in Egypt in the few years leading to the Tahrir revolution evidences a change in how political groups became increasingly emboldened to challenge the culture of fear and violent reprisal from the government. From 1988 to 1993, labor protests were estimated at a total of 162, with an average of 27 per year. From 1998 to 2003, the average rises to 118. In 2004, there were 265 collective actions, the locus of which was the textile sector. And by 2007, actions expanded to most industrial, public sector, public services, transport, professional and civil service sectors. In that year, 22,000 workers at the Misr spinning weaving company, Ghazl al-Mahalla, raised overtly political demands. In 2011, there were only three trade unions independent of direct control from the regime, 1,400 work stoppages, and labor protests in which at least 600,000 workers participated. The recent history, The recent history of Arab societies is not only punctuated by bread riots, but also by movements, social movements pressing for political, economic, and inclusion of marginalized ethnic and cultural minorities, for greater political pluralism, cultural recognition of difference, and the redress of gender inequality. For the sake of brevity, I will mention the Amazigh Spring, a period of political protest and civil activism in Algeria that started in 1980 and demanded the recognition of the Amazigh or Kabyle or Berber identity and language, with actions mainly taking place in the Kabylie region and the capital, Algiers. 2 decades of austere Arabization policy implemented by the FLN autocracy had refused to recognize Algeria's Amazigh identity and banned that language altogether since actually the independence. The Amazigh Spring began on March 10 after a conference due to be held by intellectual Mouloud Mameri at Hasnawa University in Tizi Ouzou was prohibited from taking place. The coordinated arrest of hundreds of Amazigh activists, students, and professionals on April 20 sparked a general strike. Anyway, and this strike built a movement that became a cornerstone of Amazigh activism, but also became a reference for the bread riots in 1988, in October 1988. The youth, the disenchanted, unemployed youth that took to the street referred to the Amazigh Spring. This is my last political science 101. Kifaya, which is Arabic for enough, is the unofficial moniker of the Egyptian movement for change, Al-Haraka al-Masriya min ajl al-Taghyir. It's a grassroots coalition which prior to the 2011 revolution drew its support from across Egypt's political spectrum, that acted as a platform for protest against the possibility that Hosni Mubarak might seek to transfer power directly to his son Gamal. Political corruption, stagnation, the regime's cruelty against dissenters, and disregard for human rights. It first came to public attention in the summer of 2004, but was more active during the 2005 constitutional referendum and presidential election campaigns. In August of 2005, a petition was circulated which demanded fundamental constitutional economic reforms and direct presidential elections with competing candidates. The 300 signatories of what became Kifaya's founding declaration called for democracy and reform to take root in Egypt. Kifaya's first rally on December 12th of that year was the first occasion a protest was organized only to demand that the president step down. Surrounded by riot police, between 500 and 1,000 activists gathered on the steps of the High Court in Cairo. They demanded mostly silent, they remained mostly silent and taped over their mouths a large yellow sticker emblazoned with Kifaya. Okay, where is this all going? The wayward curator. In 1965, Iqbal Ahmad published an essay, late Pakistani theorist and brilliant person, Iqbal Ahmad, published an essay titled How to Tell When the Rebels Have Won, in which he argued, quite provocatively at the time, that the American military and its South Vietnamese allies had in fact lost the war because they had failed to inspire the support of the Vietnamese people, and because their moral isolation locally and internationally was nearly total. Ahmad reminded readers how a few years earlier, in 1961, the French military had overpowered the Algerian resistance in the battlefield, but had lost the war politically. France faced a sullen Algerian population that it had conquered but could not rule. The FLN was defeated in the field, but it continued to out-administer and delegitimize the French. I'm quoting Ahmad. Ahmad's essay has become seminal because it crystallized popular sentiment that the political establishment dismissed. It revealed an intellectual horizon and ushered in a new standard of critical thinking. The issue number 5 of the journal called Positively Nasty, which is published by a beautiful queer collective called Listen, Translate, Record. Actually, I will say what their motto is. They are a journal dedicated to sustainable change, queer pleasure, and cultural productivity. I would love to belong to such an institution. For Emily Royston, who authored the preface of the reprinted essay, Ahmad's analysis was valuable for rethinking the production of representation and for the, and I quote her, rigorous ethical research and experience-based procedure that gives precedence to the subjects of history with no capitulation to power, and no place in the analysis that reveals an eventual consolidation of power or image. It is a practice that constantly re-examines the forces acting on people, movements, history, and memory. It advocates porous boundaries and the radical process of becoming. End of quote. These are the subjectivities I witnessed, and also this is the change I experienced. Ya'ad Ben Ashur, a Tunisian scholar and jurist and former president of the commission that was entrusted with the mission to rewrite the Tunisian constitution after the ousting of Ben Ali, was invited to become the chair of the Monde Francophone, the Francophone world's position at the Collège de France in the academic year 2021 to 2022. Ben Ashur is mostly known for his scholarship on Islam and democracy. As the year 2021 marked a decade of the Arab Spring, he decided instead to challenge widespread conclusions and analysis around the Arab Spring revolutions, specifically the Tunisian experience that he was so intimately connected to. Ben Ashur dismissed the representation of the revolutions as having failed, and that once they had been so charged with hope and in fact had produced their own nightmare because counter-revolutionary populist forces had won, or because the demons of civil war had ravaged the country. Ben Ashur's position seems at best counterintuitive, at worst insane, but I defend the position wholeheartedly. He argues that the yardstick that scholars and observers have been using to evaluate the revolutions of the Arab Spring are perhaps not appropriate, namely the French, Bolshevik, and Chinese revolutions, revolting against royals/tsars/emperors, enshrined with religious writ and ruling over feudal regimes was not the same as unseating dictators backed by a junta and enshrined by an economic mafia, financial mafia. In fact, there was a lot to gain from expanding the fields of reference, even going as far back as the 19th century in the region. Consider, for instance, the history of insurgencies in the non-Western world, like in the African continent. I will mention one, Ousmane Dan Fodio's revolution that founded the Sokoto Caliphate, 1803 to 1903, in the Fulani and Hausa territories, present-day Nigeria, Cameroon, Burkina Faso, and Niger. We can talk about it later. Or the revolutions against the campaigns of Russification in the Caucasus republics, also in the 19th century, in Chechnya, in Dagestan, and the Circassian genocide, and what ended up becoming the Circassian genocide. More importantly, Ben Ashur proposes to shift the focus and consider the events from within, and to take as a yardstick the subjectivities that the revolutions produced, and to accept that each one develops its own specific language, logic, momentum, or temporality. The revolutions are not yet done, he says, and their future remains wide open, and democratic hope glides above their territory. I'm translating and paraphrasing at the same time. So I'm not trained as a political scientist or theorist. I'm a curator of art and film, and this foray into the social sciences has helped me understand the captivating emancipation from self-censorship in the arts, the sudden salience of motifs, and the emergence of new formal languages in film, in literature, and in the visual arts. If we were to describe the insurgencies in the simplest and most basic terms, this is one version. People across social classes, gender, ethnic, and religious differences gathered in open spaces, cities, and towns to demand the unseating of the regime. They gathered as citizens. They were not compelled to do so by a political party, nor by any form of social affiliation. The critical mass of their bodies created another body politic. In other words, while the slogans are important to analyze, the basic fact remains that political change occurred first and foremost by the fact of individual bodies standing by side, resilient, tenacious, solidaric, to regenerate a political. This is one of the fundamental transformations of these insurgencies, and it is irreversible. One of the most dramatic manifestations of the reclaiming and transformation of the body is incarnated in the action of Alia al-Mahdi, a young Egyptian student who videotaped herself in the nude and willfully disseminated the video in the fall of 2011 as an act of defiance when the Muslim Brotherhood was threatening to co-opt the victories of the heterogeneous crowds on Tahrir Square. Whether her action was foolhardy is not the point here. Where it comes from is the more interesting question. Before the devolution of the uprising in Syria, into a civil war, you might recall that the protesters danced. The pacifist, festive, joyous, and life-affirming language afforded the rebels moral high ground, in stark contrast with the regime's violent and sectarian reactions. In addition to dancing, Syrian insurgents marshaled carnivalesque, performative, theatrical, artistic, playful, and humorous strategies with a creativity that seemed boundless. I go back to this slide because this is something that's, there's a lot to talk about in the circulation of images and imaginaries, but the image on the right is of a young woman in Lebanon who, wow, 5 minutes, who during the October 2019 protest kicked a bodyguard that was trying to, that had a gun and who was blocking the protesters. She obviously became a meme. And it is, I think she is part of my subjectivity. I want to be that woman. I associate myself with that movement. I'd love to kick bodyguards now. Okay. If I have 5 minutes left, I don't know what to do. In film, several films really transgress all the codes, all the boundaries of how nudity appears. I will talk very quickly about this one. Much loved by Nabil Ayouch. Nabil Ayouch is one of the most established Moroccan filmmakers. He's close, he comes from an established family. Why he would put himself at risk like that, I don't understand until today. But the film Much Loved is about the sex trade in Marrakesh, in the fancy circles of Marrakesh. And there is full nudity, there is basically the veil of self-censorship is lifted. The film caused an uproar. It was banned in Morocco. He got into trouble. He didn't need to, but that's the interesting part. And I think the most interesting, the most dramatic element of the film and what upset the authorities is a character, is a secondary character, a Saudi jet setter who repeatedly fails to be aroused by his Moroccan temptress. And after she catches him watching gay porn in the bathroom to inspire an erection, he proceeds to beat her senseless. The actor who played the role of the Saudi jet setter is Lebanese, had to go into hiding. I mean, they were basically hunted down, the cast. Nabil is fine, he's made more films since then. But it was just interesting that a film like that would come up. Salvation Army. Beautiful first feature by Abdallah Taya, a very well-known Moroccan novelist, openly queer. The novel has the same title, and it's autobiographical again. Uninhibited scenes of sex scenes of intimacy that tell the story of how a young man comes into accepting his homosexuality, and then eventually leaves Morocco to study in Switzerland. So, yeah, another series of films by, and this is really the most radical, Salim Mourad, Lebanese filmmaker. This Little Father obsession is his story with his parents. He's openly gay. He is the only son, and he tells his, and he realizes that with him, the family line ends, basically. And the film is about confronting that and confronting other demons, unspoken traumas in the family history. Salim went on to make, and his parents appear in the film. Actually, the opening sequence is hilarious. Because the camera is placed inside the family's washing machine, and in the voiceover, Murad is negotiating with his mother to stick her head inside the washing machine. So it's allegorical and funny at the same time. His two films afterwards, Linceul and Cortex, all the actors they're fictional, improvised, but all the actors are in the nude all the time. And if you think about when these films were made, it was exactly when ISIS fighters were throwing Yazidi women and gay men from the rooftops of buildings, 100 kilometers not so far from there. Another incredible bodily transformation, Ala ad-Din Slim. I mean, all these films, I really hope you can find them and see them. They're astounding. Ala ad-Din Slim, in his most recent film, Sortilège, Tlamis, a soldier absconds from the Tunisian army, hides in the forest, and as he hides in the forest, his body transforms. He kidnaps a pregnant woman. She's kind of accepting to be kidnapped. And after she delivers her baby, he starts to breastfeed. So the masculine body is transformed. All of this would not have been possible, I think, without the political experience that we all went through, that Tunisia and everyone else went through. I will skip over one of my favorite filmmakers of all time, Hisham Lasri, also Moroccan, punk ass, total punk ass. This is the Dog trilogy. And just to get to the novelists, who don't get talked about enough. But so a spate of novels have appeared across the Arab region. where the genre, the fantastical, the noir, the crime thriller are all mixed. The sexual content is totally explicit, the queer content unhindered. I very much recommend all these books. I want to talk about Ibtisam Azam's The Book of Disappearance because it's the most surprising. She's Palestinian, she's a Palestinian Israeli, and in her book, Israelis wake up in Tel Aviv and all the Palestinians have disappeared completely. And that's the story. Like, what do they do without? And the book came out at the time when Netanyahu voted for that law of making non-Jewish citizens of Israel lesser citizen. Rajul Min Satin is one of my favorite novels. Lebanese writer from Tripoli, Suhaib Ayoub. It's not been translated yet, unfortunately, but it's an urban history of Tripoli through the eyes of a queer man who is Taylor. Yeah. Okay. This is what I want to end with, because, so just 2 minutes, yeah? 2, thank you, okay. In 2012, the Ministry of Interior in Tunisia appointed an Islamist governor to the province of Siliano, whose residents are in crushing majority not affiliated to the Islamist dogma. Considering that the governor has to deal with matters of everyday life, they petitioned that he should be removed and replaced by someone who was at least secular. The Minister of Interior refused. There was a call to protest. After 4 days of protest, they were countered with brutal force from the police and the army, leaving a great deal of damages, wounding 300 and leaving 17 protesters blinded by birdshot. The inhabitants of the town of Siliana marched out of the town on the freeway connecting to Tunis. In a symbolic act, protesters marched away from the town, satirically offering to leave it to the government to rule it in whatever fashion it deemed appropriate. The protesters traveled 5 kilometers, calling for an end to the violence and the dismissal of the governor of Siliana, Ahmed Zine Mahjoubi. This form of political action is surprising, creative, transgressive. It is emancipated from the terms of engagement that the regime brought to the table. It is a testament as to how emancipated our imaginaries have become. And that's the last story. Bab al-Shams is a novel by Ilyas Khouri, a Lebanese writer, that told the story of a Palestinian man who became a refugee in Lebanon in 1948, while his wife and parents stayed in Palestine. For decades, that man was crossing the border illicitly and meeting his wife in a cave in the mountains. And they met so often that they had 8 children over 20 years. Bab al-Shams, so the novel also became a film. Bab al-Shams was also a Palestinian encampment in the West Bank that housed 250 Palestinian foreign activists for 2 nights on January 11 and 12 in 2013. They erected 25 tents on private land in the E1 area, otherwise known as Silwan, where Israel had decided to build more than 3,500 housing units. The site was forcibly evacuated on January 12, and 100 people were arrested. On January 16, the Palestinian Authority created a formal village council for Bab al-Shams. The Israeli government intended to remove the tent outpost, claiming it was illegal, but the activists received an injunction from the Supreme Court of Israel, prohibiting the government from doing so for 6 days. The following day, the occupants were evacuated by the Israeli army. The tents were left in their place. What I retain from this story is that a political action, is named after a novel. The territories of art and politics feed each other and reveal an unbridled horizon of possibilities that continues to terrify power. So shall we dance?
I'm laughing because I'm like leaning over to Anna and saying, do we have a fourth microphone so we can sit together? I'm not going to sit all the way over there. Yeah, we can share. Yeah, let's all sit together. Is it comfortable? So I was laughing with, well, I should take one of these, I guess, with Anna about whether or not anyone had sent their papers ahead of time because, and no one has this kind of time. So we are moving quickly, and then we will think together in real time here. Thank you so much for each of your presentations. I have so many questions and places to start, but I think it'll just start to flow. So I was trying to think very quickly, of course, of how to begin the conversation. And what I'm struck by perhaps immediately is, it was said in a few different ways in a few different presentations, but like lately, last perhaps with Rasha, when you said that perhaps you were reversing your ideas around what you were doing or what you were proposing to do as a cultural worker, perhaps working in a context of being a surrogate to culture, but put it the way you put it. So I'd love to hear how you reverse your thinking or change your thinking around what it is that we are up to.
I always thought that maybe I think it's also from my experience that working and living in Beirut for a long time and also traveling extensively in the Arab region, I always thought that given that we couldn't conduct political action, that art became a surrogate field. But I realize now that art is not a surrogate field. Art is the place where these radical subjectivities take form. We don't yet have political parties. That's basically in the classical political field. These subjectivities may not be tangible yet, may not be intelligible yet. They are intelligible elsewhere. And all these, I mean, after I did, this is a project that I've been working on for a while. And after I researched the number of social movements, and I really gave you the skim of the skim. It's, you feel exhausted. You're like, oh my God, my grandparents were my parents, and these are societies that are absolutely not the passive East that big guys like Elie Kaduri and others like to describe and defend. Yeah.
Thank you. I heard the phrase self-censorship also, and it reminds me, or it brings me to thinking about Katrine's presentation, because I'm thinking about education or aesthetic education and really the education of the soul, right? So we are philosophers here, Max and I, and we're thinking, I'm personally drawn to these kinds of cultural events, but more so as marking ways to bring thoughts and ideas together. And we speak so metaphorically sometimes about what the kind of political motivations are for these kinds of cultural events, but it seems now more than ever that there is an urgency that we cannot ignore, right? So all of us in various capacities have had to deal with some form of self-censorship or being asked a question in a time when it seemed absolutely necessary to speak up on the level of conviction, and not as a metaphor for a political life that's yet to come, but for right now. On the verge of tears because I'm coming from New York. It is still the money center of the art world, right? And so the self-censorship that has been part of my experience of being in New York and being in the art world in New York is atrocious, and it's nothing compared to the actual fear of people whose lives are far from the internet, far from my stupid fucking Instagram. I hate this thing so much, but are actually, do you have to censor that? I don't know. But at the same time, it does seem to me that it is important that my actions, whether they're visible to you here, being live streamed, whatever, are actively going to promulgate the possibility of an aesthetic education that promotes insurgency, that promotes insurgent subjectivities. So let me stop a little bit and bring other presenters in, because now I want to play. Give me the microphone, yes. Okay, so, but Max, I'm thinking about your moment on history and truth, and if you would revisit what you were saying to us about the historical specificity and the different modalities, or perhaps the ways that you were thinking about truth as necessity and not as relative to historical conditions.
Thank you, Dara, for the question. Well, the text emerged out of the experience that there's contradicting narratives, and contradicting narratives exist in most of the cases when it's about political disputes, and that contradicting narratives pose us before the question, what is the truth? You know, what is the truth? Is there a truth, or however? And as you know, it's a long topic. You know, one could debate, and it's been centuries of debate around that in the tradition of thought, you know, of Western thought. And my proposal is that we should think of truth as a condition, right? So if just in face of these political conflicts, and assuming the fact that a political struggle is always a struggle about the narrative, the dominant narrative, and the primacy of a narrative of something, you know, the truth of whatever happened. So I propose not to waste time in thinking about the relativity of truth, but to simply accept that truth is always a condition from which you, or in face of a truth, you know, is a condition from which you can act. And thought of as a condition, it opens up a range of possibilities to actually confront truth, which is change the conditions you're at.
Perhaps I feel motivated to think about Katrine's presentation, because here was a specific historical an action to fight, perhaps an action to raise to the level of consciousness a certain expectation that there was a heritage, or let's say a culture in place that was not in need of interrogation. And it was one of the films you mentioned last, Rasha, but the character comes to self-realization of their homosexuality, and then they move to go to school in Sweden, I think you said it was. Switzerland, excuse me, pardon me, but in some northern European country where things are nice. Things are always nice, right? Yeah. So it's going to come here now to perhaps thinking from Switzerland to Copenhagen, and where you stepped in to make an analysis or bring to light a condition of what was perhaps not necessarily you know, what we might not think of as necessarily being part of the Black Lives Matter movement in 2020. And we saw an eruption here in Berlin, we saw all over the world, but here's Katrine in Copenhagen. Let's get into it. I love it. Okay, I'm going to stop talking, but maybe let's think about the sort of conditions of raising a kind of historical specificity to light that you brought in, this light dark thing. I really want to get rid of it. Like, how do we talk about the bleak time that we're in without referring to the dark time? We need an alternative to talking about this. But I would love to hear your thoughts on aesthetic education and that kind of education as being urgent for developing this insurgent subjectivity. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for really brilliant presentations. And I was also I would say, I had goosebumps from hearing all your different stories, but also how there are so many resonances across multiple geographies. And I think in relation what you said in relation to Rasha's presentation on, I guess that what became apparent during the pandemic and also multiple uprisings that we have seen across the globe is that I mean, there is this expectation, at least, so like when I told my friends in Lebanon about what happened in Copenhagen, they were like, but is it Saudi Arabia? You know, because there is this idea or expectation, and I think Denmark and the Nordic countries specifically have promoted this idea of the Nordic countries as being promoters of human rights and freedom of speech, etc. But it also clearly showed that there's a direct attempt of closing down any form of discussion that does not promote the hegemonic narrative. And so, I mean, within those situations, I've been interested in thinking with, and this also comes a lot out of, you know, my previous work in Lebanon and with Ashkel Alwan and Christine Thalme, etc. But thinking about how we as artists and cultural workers can create alternative infrastructures in response to these various different situations. And so despite, I think it's very important, as you also mentioned, like we have to look at the specificity of the different places, but that we have to also think horizontally or together in how we can promote these different infrastructures across our different locations.
I actually think you should be looking at Max in terms of alternative forms of art education and access to forms of knowledge produced by art. Isn't that what you're doing now?
Well, I think everything is always very context specific, right? So I think it's a completely different thing to think about alternatives of knowledge production or art production or art institutions, or in the context of, let's say, Bolivia, or in the context of Germany, as would it be in Denmark or in Lebanon, or right? So it's I think the exercise that I feel we're invited to do with this conference also, whose universal, is to think exactly about the specificity, right? Be New York, Copenhagen, right? It's very necessary. I'm going to repeat myself. I've said this before, I think not today, but in a different context. We have to take care to not commit the same error, or like not follow the same claim as the modern imperial colonial system did, that was to really universalize issues, and to think that a project of decolonization or an alternative project could have universal values, right? I think everything is subject to its different contexts. So when I actually speak about a plurinational state, or the experience of a plurinational state, it's very much about assuming and embracing the fact that there is different realities and different lived experiences in relation to identity and to one's truth, one's reality, and one's possibility to act out of the condition one was born into.
I drew a small diagram when you were speaking, Max, and it was cultural identity, and then I made an arrow to political voice and another arrow to recognition of personhood. And so it seems that it's not just a matter of adding more voices or making plural, although that state recognition is, I think, really a huge move. It hasn't happened in the U.S. in any way, shape, or form. But I'm curious maybe to think not just about like adding voices or making a broader, more diversity, right? EDIs, like there are all these buzzwords for ways in which like museums and institutions are meant to pick up on something like a progressive movement, but it also seems to be built into how we're even organizing the idea of cultural identity as like, so the term you used specifically was material patrimony. So there are these ways in which you can check off whether or not there is actual evidence of a kind of cultural identity, and if you don't have the evidence of cultural identity, then somehow you are disqualified from being recognized for personhood. But it doesn't seem to be outside of, but within very much the context of institutions. But how do we? Those are terrible questions. Go ahead. Yes, Rasha, step in. You know what to do. Yes.
No, but I mean, in reaction or in answer to, yes, certainly a pluriversal world, or a world where what we're trying to do is not fall into the same trappings that universalism and whatnot pushed us towards or compelled us towards. But I think what, maybe the answer to the two of you and to him is we need to create these spaces of encounter. Specificity is super important, but it can't be cloistered. It cannot become the filter through which we encounter the world. And the fact that Catherine in Beirut experienced things, I can say that a lot of epiphanies have happened to me, specifically when I was outside of my place that would be signposted as the territory of my specificity. Does that make sense?
Can you speak about the violence at the door of the museum? You spoke about it in the podcast a bit, but it's something that I experience. Like I'll write a review, or I'll be in contact with various colleagues by email. But the moment that my body hits the door of the museum, it all comes back. That the violence of that experience is never left. And then I realize who else has to experience that violence as someone who's by now very much involved in the art world, whatever, it's still there and it doesn't seem to lift. And I have to chuckle to myself, I know more about what's happening in this museum than the tourists that are looking at me like I shouldn't be here.
Well, I think that is a universal thing. I mean the experience of a segregated society is part of the capitalist system. So you may experience that in a lot of places, right? And I've been in a discussion with some cultural politicians recently who were talking about how difficult it is to mobilize people to go to the museum. And I said basically it doesn't matter if the museum is for free or not, because the first, most of all, problem to get people into museums who are not frequent visitors or never visitors of a museum is to pay the transport to get to the museum, right? So the price at the museum door is the lowest of the obstacles, and the main thing is that there is already a segregation that is based on a class system. This in different contexts goes mixed with be it misogyny, be it racism, and so on. So there is conditions that are of a political nature or of a social nature, of an economic nature, that already segregate society to an extent that getting people into a museum is quite a task. So I think that if we look at numbers, and this is not only a thing of Bolivia. When I say out of 100 people who get killed in social protests to transform the Republic of Bolivia into the plurinational state of Bolivia, it is the most likely, and less than 2 have ever visited a theater, a play. You can extrapolate this to museum visits or so, which would make the number lower, most likely. It is not only a thing of Bolivia. If you think of what is considered to be, giving national identity in culture to Germany, for example, you can see that still it is works that are presented in museums, etc., that are not visited by the majority of the population. In fact, it's far less than the majority of the population that visit museums that contain the patrimony that is supposed to give a cultural identity to this, you know, nation that holds holy their poets and thinkers, you know, such as Germany. So there's a big misrepresentation between what, based on a universal idea of what cultural patrimony is, as I described earlier on, these countries invest into preserving what is supposed to the identity constructing patrimony, and what they give to people who should actually be represented by that patrimony. It's like there's a huge gap. It's like it's irrealistic. It's off. It's completely off the reality, right?
One of my favorite terms I learned in like this context of thinking about German Enlightenment was, der die das Bildungsbürgertum. Der die das, so no one's gonna help me. Das, Dankeschön. So I was thinking about this kind of cultural education that makes one recognizable to the state, right, as part of what it means to even be a person. So if you're not maintaining that particular heritage, right, if you're not participating in the maintenance of the heritage, right, then it's somehow you are not recognizable as a person, right? So it speaks to perhaps, I think, Katrine's moment of like, let's go back to the quotation from bell hooks, right? So teaching to transgress, like what are the obligations for building culture if at the same time you're expected to only be recognizable as a person who has the responsibility of maintaining the past, or let's truth and false. Let's go with the false heritage of something like a Scandinavian experience, or some way of speaking about a narrative about Scandinavia that is one in which always the fundamental human rights are upheld, and this is the safest place to go on earth, right? I would like to talk, if it's okay with you, a bit about the accusations and the way in which the treatment, I was almost, for other reasons and experiences I've had recently, the accusation of being the violent one, like that you somehow are responsible for disrupting heritage in ways that needed to be, or were addressed in the ways that they were. I don't know, pick one of your favorites or least favorites, but I'm curious to think with you about the responses you got once you, and I love how you put it, that you took responsibility for an anonymous art action.
No, just to make it clear, it was the artistic happening was carried out by anonymous artists, and I decided to take the responsibility. So it was a collective happening. But I want to say something in relation to what you were saying, because I think what was it seems so ironic, and in a way, despite of all the stuff that has been going on, it's just really ridiculous in terms of how much money the society has spent on this case, and then also claiming that this is like a priceless Danish statue, heritage, despite the fact that it's a copy bust that exists in 35 or 25 at least copies, where one was sold on eBay for £1,000. And then at the same time, in the beginning, the Art Academy Council went out and said that it was worth at least 200,000 Danish kroners, which is approximately 30,000 euros. And now they have devalued it to 44,000 Danish kroners, which is still around, I guess, $6,000 US, which is still a pretty high price for a plaster cast copy bust, where they already have the bronze in their collection. But it's just to say that there's a complete, focus from the real issue. So there's all the time been an attempt to sort of remove the focus from the requests that the happening was articulating. That Denmark, and specifically the art education and art institutions, took responsibility for a more, how do you say, promoting equity within the institutions, but also to work in solidarity with the people in Virgin Islands, Greenland, Ghana, India, and elsewhere who live in the aftermath of Danish colonization. And in that regard, I think it's just so, when it comes to this question of heritage, knowing that, you know, the cultural heritage of the Virgin Islanders is in Danish museum collections, but they are also deemed, how do you say, oral histories. It's deemed artifacts, not proper artworks. So there is also this whole, I mean, that's what I was very inspired by from your presentation, the way in which that, you know, these parameters are still defining who has the right to access to their cultural heritage, and also, yeah, modes of repatriation, which is a huge discussion we cannot go into, but yeah.
I at the risk of you thinking or finding out that my repertoire of theoretical references is quite small, I'm going to quote a second time the Jewish-German philosopher and cultural critic Walter Benjamin today, and say that, remind us all that he thought that exactly this mythical origin and uniqueness of the artwork in the specific context in which he lived was most likely to serve fascism, and was thus to be thoroughly rethought, and you know what he himself did. So we might understand that certain conceptions of what an artwork is, what patrimony is, and this falls together with the universal kind of idea of patrimony in the eyes of Benjamin, for example, was most likely at a time in which the scissor between right and left was getting, you know, bigger, and the contrast was being stressed. I think it's like the times we're living now on most of the global, on the planet. These sort of definitions of an artwork would rather serve fascism and the right. I think it's interesting to look at that this way.
Yeah, we're going to continue the conversation. I have so much to say. We have so many more thoughts to share, but we'll continue over the break, and we'll return. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Oh, shucks. I'm sorry. This is, oh, goodness me. Okay, so we have 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Yes? I don't have to? You will do it? Okay, perfect. Okay, right. I'm just like so used to being in a classroom. Like, this is different. So I would let the first person, if you raise your hand, we'll have a mic come to you. Great.
So I have a question if no one else does at the moment. Rasha, when you first sent us your abstract, there was something that I would like you, if you could, you know, like unpack a bit for us, because you mentioned that you wanted to comment on this narrative that was circulating in European and, well, Western media in general during the so-called Arab Spring, that basically gave all the agency to social network platforms. So basically the Arab Spring was made possible by social media platforms, which is again, you know, like this kind of rehashing of these Orientalist narratives where, you know, like agency always has to come from, well, elsewhere in, you know, in this case, like Western technology. And I was really interested in your take on that.
I avoid that the subject of social networks like the plague, because, you know, it's been called Facebook revolution, Google revolution, and the poor Egyptian blogger, not blogger, like Google employee who spent time in jail, etc. I would say that these social media networks enabled greatly communication, but did they produce the historical event or the political event? I don't think so. There is a scholar that I have tremendous respect for, Donatella Della Rata, who works on film and TV and media, and who's argued that basically one of the reason she's also worked in Palo Alto, and the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, the Twitters, whatever, they availed themselves to these social movements because they saw an opportunity. And I don't think the protesters saw what the plots. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, except on Fridays, and but I know this has been the fodder for conspiracy theories, and I'd rather not go there. But I recommend reading Donatella. I think obviously the social media. So there was this joy. Wow, we could connect on Facebook and call for general strike, or the local organization committees in Syria could communicate. At the same time, they were monitored. They were supervised. Their data was mined.
Yes, that was what I was gonna ask.
So,
if you could comment
so that
on
sinister end of the deal did not appear until Pegasus became a story. Yeah. I wanted to say something else, but it's fine. No, my brain is fried. I don't know. Oh, I remember. So I was in Cairo. It was 2012. I was sitting with a group of friends in a cafe in the street next to Tahrir, and my friend and everybody was on their phones tweeting. And my friend turned around and said, "You're sitting inside a tweet." And it was so bizarre, this fact that you're surrounded by people who are talking about an event that's a couple of steps away, and they're all tweeting about. So they're generating data. But you're sitting inside the, that's
Okay, thanks. Can I hold it? Okay, I can't hold the mic myself, but I just wanted to mention with the first talk, this that the damaged whatever could not be shown publicly, that it had to be hidden away, and that's quite interesting. But I wanted to ask you. You said that your research was defunded, and I wanted to ask, was there a formal process by which that decision was made, by which that defunding decision was made, and was there any avenue that you had, formal avenue for redress? I find those interesting too. And if I can also ask Rasha Salti something very quickly. I think part of the thing with Kaduri is, well, I was going to ask you why the cardboard. I found that very interesting, this which said to me something about tearing apart the boxes in which these photographs and things are kept and bringing them out into public, and that I found that interesting. But isn't part, I'm thinking of February, Lebanon, Beirut 2005, when the protesters in Martyrs Square, part of the infrastructure, if you like, was to establish these alternative ways of discussing issues, of making decisions and all that. And I think, how does one maintain a documented memory of all these processes? I mean, in Beirut at the time, then the establishment stepped in and directed everything against the one issue of getting the Syrians out. But I just find that interesting, how then you're doing this, no? You're unboxing these things, bringing them out into public. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, so what happened, maybe being superstitious about Fridays, was that I decided to take the responsibility on a Friday, which was Friday the 13th. Anyways, and so I was immediately summoned for a meeting with the director, etc. It's a long story. I'm not going to go into details. I'll give you everything in the break. But and then the agreement was that I was sent home, which is, you know, rather normal procedure, and that I would receive the press release of me being sent home before they send it out. And instead I received a notification of my immediate being expelled, which means in Denmark at least that when you're expelled it's not the same as being fired. You don't get a notice, you don't get any remuneration. And so because of that, my postdoctoral project, Entangled Archives, was funded by a private organization that then decided to withdraw, like to, close down the project, despite the fact that University of Copenhagen were willing to take me as an unruly return. But because the Art Academy had decided to expel me, the fund didn't want to continue the project. But in that regard, I want to say that we were speaking about social media, and I guess I agree with what you're saying, but I also want to stress the role of den borgerlige Presse in Danish, which I don't know the term in German, but in English, I guess, would be the corporate press and the, the conservative press, right-wing press, in terms of, because there has been such a massive campaign against what they were calling out as the kind of identity politics, militant, feminist, I don't know what accusations they came up with in the media, in the press. There was nobody who wanted to have their name affiliated with me or anonymous artist, which meant that, of course, the private foundation, I mean, I cannot speak on their behalf, but it was also clearly an attempt of defunding me and all the activities that I was involved with. So actually what happened was that now, sorry, this is a long anecdote, but 2 months ago I had a show in Oslo, which was called Rematerialization, and the same journalist from the same newspaper found out that I had received an amount of funding from the Danish Arts Council, after which he launched a new attack on me and asking for access to documents, etc., etc. And the moment he published his little notice, all the media, like 25 journalists from all the big Danish newspaper channels, they called me to ask about what they claimed I cheated the Danish Arts Council, because basically in the application I had written, we wish to exhibit the rematerialized bust, knowing that the Art Academy Council would never give it out. So instead we exhibited the correspondence with the Art Academy Council. And then, so anyways, he made up this story that I had, because nobody actually went to see the exhibition, but they just decided to kind of call it out in the news. And so, yeah, you could say there are these specific attempts of kind of, also going after the institutions that then try to support you, because then they know in the end the institutions just get tired from having to deal with the massive amount of bureaucracy that they have to produce in response to these situations. So that's also why, I mean, this teaching to transgress, but not too much, is also in terms of like, how do we take a stand in relation to these histories while we are at the same time, all the time negotiating all these institutional, I don't know.
That's exactly what it is.
Sorry,
That's
you'll
a very
finish.
official. It's just wonderful to me, but I want to pass to Rasha.
Thank you. So I think to your question regarding the easiest one, the cardboard motif, is because I think it reminds me of what we carry in the protests, right? It's the easiest one, to take a piece of cardboard and write whatever you need to write on it and carry it. Yeah, it's maybe I fetishize it. I don't know. What was so your other question was about archiving. So actually today, if you're making a film about Tahrir revolution in Egypt, you cannot find any archives. Even the media outlet like Al Jazeera, which is supposedly at odds with the Egyptian government, will tell you that their hard disks were destroyed, were corrupted during a move of office, and no private and public TV in Egypt has any archives of what happened in 2011 and 2012. So friends of mine who are making films have had to basically save hard disks, get them out of the country, but also rely on the archives of independent associations, individuals, and whatnot. The larger question about how to archive these moments is, I think, I mean, that's also why I use the cardboard, is the precarity or the precariousness of what the histories that I think they will be ultimately recorded in song, in poetry, in films, they're there. But the actual raw material of image and what was said, and yeah, I think is at risk. You asked about the 2005 event in Lebanon, following the assassination of Hariri. I think there was probably, I wasn't there, I was living in New York at the time, and I imagined that there was a spontaneous gathering of people in the aftermath of the shock. But for the big events that were organized afterwards, I think that's where people actually got SMSs and were told go. Were told to go. They went voluntarily. Nobody put a gun to their head. They went voluntarily. But there was a degree of coercion that in the other protests there wasn't. And you see it's two groups that are at odds. You don't see the riot police there feeling threatened by the mass of the protesters. What it changed, what it didn't change, a couple of my closest friends were assassinated right after, including the journalist Samir Asir, because he stood on a podium and gave a speech. And for what he represented, he was assassinated. And so I think I have ambiguous feelings. I would if I was drawing a history, I would write it in there, that event. But yeah, but with lucidity as to how, the mechanisms that made it happen. Was there anything? I covered everything, yeah? Thanks.
I think we will end there for this session, but we'll continue. And as someone who's recently felt like they were being chased off a cliff, I want to continue to recommend resistance. And we will come back to the next panel. Thank you.
Dear everyone, I just wanted to remind everyone that due to testing COVID positive, Dirk Moses will not be able to come and he will not be able to be with us today. He's feeling unwell. We will have now a break and we resume at 6 with Siraj Ahmed's talk. And yes, just please go outside, have a drink and enjoy a little bit of the hopefully not so warm Sunday afternoon. See you at 6. June, you tell me when. Could they put the AC a bit, you know, air conditioning on? It's really hot. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. Welcome back, everyone, to the last session of this conference. We would like to now welcome Siraj Ahmed, whose talk is going to be called "Political Consciousness of the Peripheries." Siraj Ahmed is professor of English and a member of the Committee on Globalization and Social Change at the CUNY Graduate Center. He is the author of The Stillbirth of Capital, Enlightenment Writing in Colonial India, from which I quoted extensively yesterday in the intro, and which was published with Stanford University Press in 2012, and The Archaeology of Babel, The Colonial Foundation of the Humanities, which was published in 2018. He received the MLA Scaglioli Prize for Best Book in Comparative Literature. Its work has appeared in several magazines and publications, such as Critical Enquiry, Representations, MLQ, Cultural Critique, The Post-Colonial Enlightenment, and many others. Welcome, Siraj.
Thank you. I'm always in a battle. Oh, this microphone is very powerful. I was going to say that I'm very bad with these microphones. My face is always too far or too close, so you'll have to tell me if I seem to be screaming at you. Thank you for the introduction, Anna. Thank you so much, Anselm and Anna, for inviting me here. It's really a privilege to be in this beautiful space, to get a chance to visit Berlin again after, for me, it's been 25 years since I was in this city, so it's so nice to be back. Okay, so let me begin. This series of conferences, The White West, hopes to theorize the relation between colonialism and fascism more carefully than it has been so far. To that end, I return here to Hannah Arendt's influential argument in The Origins of Totalitarianism that European states devolve into fascism under the pressure of colonialism as well as nationalism. In Arendt's account, there is always a precarious balance within any nation-state between nation and state, a conflict, in other words, between the national interests of an ethnically homogeneous people and the egalitarian institutions of liberal democracy. The danger that the nation will take over the state and make it totalitarian is there, in Arendt's view, from the very beginning. In Arendt's narrative, though, it is colonialism that precipitates this devolution to fascism. It does so because in the colonies, the metropolitan apparatus of violence, especially police and army, was unleashed from all democratic oversight. Colonial administrators of violence, as Arendt calls them, became the first social class to claim, based on their everyday experience, that power is the essence of every political structure. That's a quotation from Arendt. Pre-modern empires had extended their political orders to the conquered lands, according to Arendt. In contrast, modern colonists' unlimited accumulation of capital entailed that they could never found, but only destroy political systems. When using colonial capital, they took over Europe's previously democratic institutions. They imported to the nation-state the destruction of politics they practiced in the colonies. The logical consequence of colonial capitalism is, in Arendt's view, quote, the destruction of all living communities, those of the conquered peoples as well as of the people at home. In her account, the problem of European politics, its fascist tendency, arose not from anything essential to European state formation. It arose instead largely from the contingent histories of nationalism and imperialism. Yet one could argue, pace that colonialism did not come after the emergence of what she called the democratic political enterprise, but in fact preceded it. The 1648 Peace of Westphalia, it's funny how everything in this talk revolves around Germany, even though that was not the intention. The 1648 Peace of Westphalia is frequently said to lie at the very roots of the European state system. With these treaties, sovereignty was understood for the first time to obtain over precisely defined territories, with the treaty states contractually bound not to encroach on each other's borders. But if it is true that Westphalia inaugurated territorially bound sovereignty, it also helped foster the antithesis of sovereignty in this sense. Even as the peace dictated that intra-European conflict must henceforth obey the rules of war, it also encouraged violence outside Europe, as Carl Schmitt insisted, to obey no law at all. Westphalia might be a merely symbolic rather than an actual starting point for the modern political order, the modern global political order. It nonetheless emblematizes the fact that this order has depended from its very origins on the control of labor, land, and resources that lacked any kind of political protection. Or, to cite Michel Foucault in the lectures entitled Security, Territory, Population, quote, "The idea which crystallized in the middle of the 17th century with the set of treaties signed at that time, and which is the historical reality that is still not behind us, is that of Europe as a geographical region of multiple states having a relationship of utilization, colonization, and domination with the rest of the world. That is what Europe is," end quotation. James Scott's recent study, Against the Grain, A Deep History of the Earliest States, locates the formative violence of states against people whose forms of sovereignty they do not recognize many millennia earlier. In his account, the dispossession and destruction of linguistically and ethnically different non-state societies is the primordial event in state formation as such. With Westphalia, in any case, the West arrogated territorial sovereignty to itself. As it did so, it declared its extraterritorial sovereignty over the rest of the world. I use the term extraterritorial to describe planetary spaces whose own forms of sovereignty the state system treats as illegible and which it consequently subjects to sovereign power from outside. The space of extrajudicial violence that Westphalia located beyond the lines of amity prefigures countless subsequent spaces both inside and outside the West, spaces where sovereign power directly or indirectly exposes people to death, spaces that are not integrated into any polity, but whose domination helps preserve the stability and growth of political life. Unlike related words such as states of emergency or exception, which name the suspension of legal norms and liberal governance, the term extraterritorial forces us to understand the operation of sovereignty within a geopolitical framework. I have in mind here Edward Said's admonition following on Antonio Gramsci that we have not yet succeeded in supplementing historicism, also a German creation, still the dominant framework for academic analysis, with a correspondingly acute awareness of geography. Although Kant himself alluded to it in Idea of a Universal History, the significance of extraterritorial space for the stability of territorial sovereignty has been consistently overlooked from his work forward. Extraterritoriality defines not just the colonial era, but also contemporary phenomena conventionally considered neither colonial nor neocolonial. Take, for example, the discourse of humanitarian emergency, which NGOs declare whenever they deem fatalities to have risen above an internationally acceptable level somewhere in the global south. As Didier Fasson and many others have explained, humanitarian emergencies supposedly demand immediate intervention and consequently enable law to be suspended and extra-legal actions to be taken. The intervening parties, including multilateral banks and donor nations, consider the moral imperative to save life more important than the political autonomy of the population to be saved. They thus create supposedly temporary, but in fact often quasi-permanent forms of sovereignty based instead on their own authority. Or take another example, the internally displaced peoples, refugees, and expellees now housed in an ever-proliferating number and variety of legally created extraterritorial spaces, including ports, airports, airplane hangars, army barracks, warehouses, shipping containers, animal cages, etc. Such de facto internment camps serve to segregate disposable peoples from every polity. In Michel Agier's view, these camps are designed less to keep refugees alive than to quarantine them from the political sphere. In fact, internally displaced peoples are now roughly 3 times more numerous around the globe than refugees strictly defined. The state system forces them to remain within the destroyed environments where they lost their homes, or in similar spaces that lack the resources to constitute a polity. Scholars such as Fasson and Agier emphasize the loss of political agency that people imprisoned in such extraterritorial zones suffer. The philosopher Adi Ophir uses Nancy and Lecoux Labart's phrase, the retreat of the political, to describe this loss. But what people lose in extraterritorial spaces is much more profound than the right to participate in a political order. They lose the power to preserve more fundamentally their own forms of life, forms that cannot be reduced to the political practices the European state system spread around the world from the late 17th century forward. The problem of extraterritoriality is not the retreat of the political. It is our political order itself, which necessarily destroys other forms of sovereignty. The democratic political enterprise did not devolve into fascism. It was authoritarian from the start. It follows from this fact that our efforts to articulate a leftist politics within our own states tacitly accept the dependence of those states on violence elsewhere. This dynamic is particularly evident in Arendt's political thinking. Like the Greeks, she treated politics, bios, as the highest form of life. For her, freedom was nothing other than the creation of institutions that would enable everyone to act politically. She opposed any revolutionary movement that she believed did not understand freedom in this way, as the attempt to create durable institutions that would constantly generate and regenerate democracy. Hence her condescension toward both Frantz Fanon and Stokely Carmichael, or Kwame Ture, whose supposedly violent rhetoric she associated instead with the destruction of all such institutions. Hence the reason she called the lands European states colonized uncivilized, regions without, these are quotations, regions without political organization, or at best, backward political communities. Arendt falsely believed that democracy at home encourages democracy abroad, a fact that ancient Athens itself clearly disproves. In the constitutive conflict that originates and sustains the political order, those who can exercise extraterritorial sovereignty ruthlessly attempt to destroy the most defenseless people's capacity to resist that order. But those apparently defenseless people nonetheless always find forms of resistance that exist outside the political order and that are illegible within its terms. One such form of resistance is the mass hunger strike. This practice is at least as old as the suffragettes, Sinn Féin, and Satyagraha in the early 20th century, but it has proliferated in frequency, in intensity, and in geographic extent in the first 2 decades of this century. It has been undertaken by refugees and asylum seekers in detention centers spanning from North America and Western Europe to Southeast Asia and Australia. And it has been used as well by prisoners in South Africa, China, and elsewhere, but perhaps most famously in Guantanamo Bay. It is only one element in a larger repertoire of self-destructive forms of resistance that include, for example, self-immolation and suicide attacks. In their simultaneous emergence in such widely separated sites, the hunger strike has become a global political phenomena, to quote the political theorist Banu Bargu, and self-destructive strategies of resistance, more broadly, the sign of the radical struggles of our time. Yet despite the frequency of the hunger strike as a tactic of resistance for the undocumented and the incarcerated, its use has been underreported by governments and the media and inadequately analyzed by scholars. Including me, I'm not an expert on this. My knowledge of this is very, very new. The sociologist Eshen Ajur interviewed 85 prisoners who had participated in mass hunger strikes between 2012 and 2017 to protest their administrative detentions, which were imposed without trial or even charge. As Ajur has observed, the post-colonial period is often described as a phase of state building rather than national liberation. In diametric contrast, these hunger strikers reject state-building projects and remain committed to liberation struggles. They, of course, understand in precise and sophisticated ways the politics of the extraterritorial space they inhabit, namely the use of physical violence to strip them of the capacity to resist domination. Those who inhabit extraterritorial spaces are, of course, never allowed to forget that violence, which founds and still preserves the political order. They lack the privilege of our amnesia. Indeed, their own bodies become the instruments of that violence. In the words of one hunger striker, a member of a Marxist popular front, quote, "Our bodies are the concrete material that colonizing forces work on to break our consciousness. The colonizers, on one hand, crushed the body and left it to time, hunger, and exhaustion. And all of this is reflected on the consciousness. I wanted, in his hunger strike, I wanted, on the other hand, to protect and maintain my consciousness so that my body would not collapse. My body was the site of work between me and the colonizers. If the hunger striker remains steadfast in his fast, even after his body has reached the late stages of starvation, he will achieve and demonstrate his liberation and sovereignty. In the words of another hunger striker, quote, "I wanted to emancipate my body as I had emancipated my consciousness. My motive was freedom, the annihilated freedom of my homeland," end quote. The hunger strike responds to a form of extraterritorial governance that has itself already, to use Bargu's term, weaponized life. It subjects the lives of the governed to minute and invasive forms of control in order to make them docile, but also reserves the sovereign right to take their lives whenever they are not. As extraterritorial governance becomes, in this way, ever more inescapable, as it appears to become the political destiny of the colonized, immutable and eternal, in Bargu's words, their resistance will likewise become existential and total. Unlike the citizens of democratic states fixated on the enhancement of life, those subject to extraterritorial sovereignty have little choice but to sacrifice life in the struggle to liberate themselves from the democratic enterprise. The hunger striker has only one weapon to wield in the struggle against domination. His life must become nothing but that weapon. In extraterritorial spaces, particularly carceral ones, self-destructive resistance becomes the only type of political agency possible. I feel as I'm talking about this, it sounds like I'm trying to glorify this. I'm not, I'm simply trying to understand it, actually. Yes, yet in the view of the hunger strikers, self-destructive resistance, when carried to completion, necessarily ends in victory. Either by virtue of his own steadfastness, the prisoner compels the colonizing forces to do what he wants, for example, ending his solitary confinement, or the prisoner dies, as they often do, or the prisoner dies having maintained his sovereignty over his body until the very end, and therefore having completely liberated himself. The prisoners thus understand the hunger strike to be the actual, not metaphorical, experience of liberation and sovereignty. It responds dialectically to domination, transforming the most extreme forms of physical suffering, those that normally serve to undermine the resistance of the dominated, into the very conditions of their sovereignty and liberation. Extraterritorial violence persists, but loses its power to dictate either the prisoner's behavior or his values. One hunger striker commented, quote, "By violence, they aim to dispossess us of our humanity. But on the contrary, this violence creates our humanity. Such humanity might take us to death. However, this risk of death maintains our humanity," end quote. The hunger strike is meant to give the experience of this dialectically transformed humanity, this dialectically transformed physical reality to all those who witness their protests. They expect their liberated consciousness to infuse the will of those who survive. They thus conceive their bodies to be the vessels not just of their individual, but indeed of national liberation. The sacrificed body becomes, in Ajura's words, the vector of collective freedom and self-determination. The prisoners Ajur and Bargu interviewed believe there is no possibility of liberation within the political order. Like Walter Benjamin's concepts of divine violence and messianic justice, their hunger strike simultaneously demands political rectitude and acknowledges its impossibility within the current political dispensation. For the prisoners, the self-evident intent of every political order they have experienced is, by means of violence, to make them prefer bare survival to sovereignty. So the hunger strikers know as well that there is no possibility of liberation for them without acknowledging and confronting this originary violence. I don't mean to romanticize the hunger strike, much less to deny the obvious, pragmatic necessity for people like us who inhabit more or less functioning democracies to participate in them. But whether the hunger strike is an adequate answer on any level to the omnipresence of political violence, it begins at least to illuminate how deep and intractable that problem is. Arendt treated extraterritorial violence as a merely contingent, not constitutive part of the state system, of the West's democratic political enterprise, because she needed its fascist tendencies to be reversible. she exemplifies what I take to be the dominant tendency among leftist scholars in the West, to understand the enormity of extraterritorial violence, but nonetheless imagine that violence to be merely accidental, not essential to their own form of life, to our form of life. One consequence of this tendency is that we need not take seriously strategies of resistance particular to the peripheries, strategies that understand precisely how deep-rooted extraterritorial violence is. In the process, we lose the opportunity to learn from forms of consciousness that might be truly radical. Even theorists as acute as Foucault have had difficulty conceiving how social movements could resist the political order in the name of principles and categories that do not belong to that order. The hunger strikers Ajur and Bargu have interviewed do so by aspiring not to the enhancement of political life, but rather to its willful destruction. By, in other words, taking control of life and death away from the state, by insisting on an end to extraterritorial sovereignty or colonial domination. Such forms of resistance are precisely what Foucault himself referred to as subjugated or disqualified knowledge. We need to return such excluded knowledge to the larger field of political consciousness, of which it forms an intrinsic, essential, and disquietingly revolutionary part. Until we do so, our own political thinking risks remaining, regardless of our leftist politics, on the side of settler colonialism, not its current victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Siraj. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Priyamvada Gopal. She's a professor of post-colonial studies at the University of Cambridge, and her research interests include the novel, South Asian literature, critical race studies, and the politics as well as cultures of...
and brilliant. I was supposed to be in conversation with Anselm, and I will be. I don't have a lecture prepared, but he suggested this morning that I might do a statement. I don't know if I have a statement. I have some disparate thoughts that I hope feed into the wider discussion that we've been having. In part, I don't have a paper because I'm trying to think through the concept of decolonization, which has really been at the edges and sometimes at the center of the discussions yesterday and today. And although it's a very fashionable term, I think that it is often used in a less than hefty, less than substantial way. And I think that we are really at the very early stages of theorizing decolonizing or decolonization. So something I might do today in my remarks is speak to some of the things that are on my mind in terms of thinking about the problem of decolonization or decolonization as a problem. Maybe challenges is a better word, but there we are. So addressing as it does a 500-year-old world order and some of the enduringly influential worldviews about race, economics, land, labor, knowledge, culture deriving from it, I think it's fair to say that decolonization became, particularly in the middle of the 20th century, and remains a vision of transforming the world itself. I think a lot of the papers have spoken to that, and I think that is why, despite its fashionableness, one doesn't want to dismiss it. I think it speaks to challenges that remain strikingly relevant in our 21st century planet. It speaks to, I think, dreams that people have, visions that people have of transforming the world itself, despite all the manifest difficulties and dead ends that we know exist. In terms of what decolonization has always thought about and continues to think about, why it speaks to our planet, it encompasses a range of problems and challenges, from ending poverty, hunger, homelessness, stopping the exploitation of labor, redistributing wealth, ending racism, halting climate change, and expanding our knowledge base, ending, in a sense, extractivism itself. So I think one of the things that we have to think about is, how does decolonization speak to what we see as present-day challenges? But when we think about that, one thing we have to acknowledge is that nowhere in the world has decolonization come to fruition. Instead, it is found almost everywhere in an arrested condition. That is a process that was initiated, but then diverted, hijacked, or twisted into something else entirely. And we might ask, alongside Siraj, whether that was embedded already in anti-colonial thought. But we do have to think about that. I think a question that is central to our deliberations is, what would a decolonized freedom look like? So when we talk about liberation struggles, liberation, yes, from the colonizer, but liberation into what? Where do we go with liberation? At a historical moment when freedom is used in a kind of incantatory fashion by billionaires who are buying up social media platforms, or by groups resistant to public health measures, or to justify, as it often is in Britain and the USA, the spread of violent hate and hate speech, I think it is worth asking if the annals of struggle, which the previous panel spoke to, various insurgencies, various anti-colonial struggles, can the annals of these struggles offer us a more substantial and nuanced version of what a properly decolonized freedom might look like? Decolonization, I think, really invites us to think hard about what kind of work, imaginative and material, it will take to arrive at a global order with very different priorities from those of the racial, colonial, capitalist ones, which shape human lives everywhere today. And of course, now the climate question shapes all those priorities in turn. And I think I remain of the view that central to this process is putting dissident, emancipatory, insurgent traditions across contexts into dialogue, into generating such visions. So I did find the panel with Rasha, Katrina, Darla, and Max really useful in that regard. And I have the question that I have for them really is, where might we go with the potentials thrown up by resistance today? To slightly shift gear, I want to talk about the question of reparation and reparative visions. Certainly in academia, and it looks like this is true also of the museum and art world, the emphasis of decolonization has been on cognitive justice, on reparative justice, repairing losses, undertaking an audit of that which has been obscured or subject to enforced amnesia. I think that is good and important and necessary, but I think that another aspect of decolonization, perhaps harder than pluralizing ideas, or just pluralizing ideas, is to also think about how much that is labeled and assumed to be European. I mean, Europe, of course, comes into being as part of the colonial, or part of its own colonial project. One of the things we need to think about is how much that is claimed to be European is in fact European. I think there's a slight danger sometimes when we, for instance, reject certain forms of thinking or certain traditions as European. I wonder if there isn't the danger of actually eliding what went into the making of those traditions. So I think that one of the false claims made by Europe, in inverted commas, in its colonial incarnation was to suggest that human knowledge could and did emerge solely only from its very particular context, even at the moment that it was laying claim to the universal. And I'm saying something slightly different from saying that we reject the idea of the universal because it's European. I'm saying that the universal was always presented as European, achieved by Europe leading the way, and a horizon of aspiration for others. But in the process, I think we may have lost sight of other sites where universalism, something like a shared planet, a shared nature and culture, a shared way of living across the globe, might also have been theorized. And I think this is also true of knowledge. I slightly recoil when there is a kind of simple dismissal of something as, well, that's European or that's Eurocentric. Of course, there are things that are Eurocentric, and of course there are things that are European, but in actuality we also don't know that no single culture, whether European or non-European, develops knowledge independent of the influence and engagement with others. I think of the words of A.K. Ramanujan, the eminent translator and writer and poet, who wrote that no culture is immune to other cultures. No idea, invention, or technological device, whether in art, society, or science, is made by a single person or produced by a single sealed-off culture. So I think I'm wary of a language that reproduces partitions in the name of generating alternatives. And I think it did come up yesterday. Ramanujan talks about everything from the printing press, gunpowder, alphabet, not to, of course, mention literary traditions, which are absolutely dependent on cross-fertilization and the sharing of ideas and encounters and transformations across contexts. So rather than delink histories and cultures, as some theories of decolonizing seem to suggest we must do, maybe our task is to identify linkages and flows towards reframing spaces of encounter. I think we should question Europe's claim to a singular modernity without necessarily reproducing that. I also think of Aimé Césaire's point that he wasn't rejecting the universal, but that he wanted a universal that was rich with all that is particular. And I want to think about that. I think it's a throwaway phrase from him, and I don't know what that necessarily would look like, but I think I want to put that on the table. Again, I'm going to shift slightly to another question and thought that is on my mind, and that is the fact that, yes, when we talk about decolonization, we rightly talk about the combine of racism and capitalism that, in a sense, was put into place in the post-1492 European project. And there is no doubt that that project and its world-making completely shapes our present. But I think we also need to think about shifts in the current global dispensation. Even as Europe and the West remain salient in very important ways, we need to think about how the centers of capitalist power are shifting and what that would mean for our thinking about decolonization, to which, of course, capitalism is very central. And in this regard, we do need to remember something I think that we sometimes hesitate to remember, and that is that imperialism as a project required and depended on complicities and collaborations locally in colonized areas, and that actually we are still living with the literal descendants of those who were complicit. And we have to think about that, and that could mean us. I mean, even those of us who think about and theorize decolonization must think about our complicities. So decolonization, I think, involves identifying those complicities and putting pressure on old tyrannies in post-colonial vessels which are covering themselves in the garb of nationalism, indigeneity, even decolonization. So to give one salient example, Hindu ethno-nationalism in present-day India, or Hindutva, routinely presents itself as a decolonial, and it calls itself decolonial, force returning India to an idyllic pre-colonial state. In actuality, it is acting under its auspices, under Hindu nationalism, as it is often euphemistically called, it is actually acting as a colonial force upon racialized others, whether those are Muslims or Dalits or Adivasis, indigenous peoples or Kashmiris. Decolonization requires that we remain vigilant about its misuse as an alibi for renewed subjugation. Decolonization must not entail recolonization, and a past oppression cannot justify a present one. Aimé Césaire notes correctly that it is not the anti-colonialist who desires a simple return to a pre-colonial past, but colonialism itself, which has tended, and I'm quoting him here, has actually tended to prolong artificially the survival of local pasts in their most pernicious aspects. The last point I want to talk about is my own, the ways in which my own thinking about decolonization is currently being troubled and shaped by thinking about caste in the Indian context, where even in the 1930s and 40s, at the height of Indian anti-colonialism and nationalism, the caste challenge, I think, posed very, very fundamental questions about anti-colonial struggles, which remain relevant today. Inasmuch as decolonization is still, I think, thought of as the self-assertion of singular colonized or formerly colonized entities against the damage or erasure inflicted by colonial powers, in India, in South Asia, oppressed caste self-assertion complicated that binary mode, so that even in the 1930s, to the claims of Indian nationalism, particularly in its Gandhian mode, the Dalit thinker, and I'm thinking among others of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar as well as Periyar, the Dalit thinker asked not only who spoke for the colonized, but whether those who claimed to speak for the colonized were culpable of upholding a colonization of their own. So I think the caste challenge for me has actually been to state what is both obvious and often hidden. Contexts subject to Western colonialism have their own structures of domination and rule which need to be interrogated and undone. And I think you can see this very much in India in the present day. So I think in that context and in other contexts, we have to ask what is the nature of liberation, what is the nature of independence or freedom that was sought from the late 19th century onwards in the name of decolonization, whose version of decolonization took place, and whose stories prevailed as the entity known as the independent nation emerged in the 20th century. In the tale of liberation that the nation tells itself, who or what was liberated. So I'll end with sort of 5 questions that I've been mulling over, and they might not be questions that everybody necessarily finds interesting, but it's certainly on my mind. I think the first question is how we analyze, engage with, and reshape the damaging legacies and afterlife of the imperial project, the European imperial project, without reinscribing the centrality of Europe itself. So I am asking, there's a paradoxical way in which decolonization, theories of decolonization continue to center Europe. The second question, how do we identify and undo the ways in which forms of knowledge, subjugated knowledges included, have been undermined, subjugated, marginalized, dismissed, or appropriated, without necessarily segregating resources into alternative epistemologies, or in a reverse move, rejecting anything with a European provenance as always already colonial. I want to also ask whether we can rescue and recenter that which has been leveled and marginalized by the colonial without necessarily entrenching the othering that was also fundamental to colonial typologies. And I suppose that is off a piece with my point about partitions. I do think we also need to wrestle with modernity. I'm not saying anything you don't know. Recognizing its profound violence, its profound imbrication with colonialism, but also recognizing what a contradictory formation it is, and remembering that the colonized were not just its victims, but contributed to making what we call modernity. I think there's a slight tendency to a simple conflation of modernity with Europe and colonialism that I think is less simple than it looks. And my final question, I think I spoke to just now: how do we decolonize while at the same time taking seriously power, hierarchy, and oppression within formerly or currently colonized communities and nation states? I'll just stop there. Thank you. You want to come here?
Let's do 10 minutes here and then we'll
Okay.
Thank you. All good?
That's all good. Okay.
Thank you. This was really, really a great way of, for us to draw on so many of the questions that were raised in the past 2 days and in the previous editions of the conference. And I think the questions you raised have a bearing, of course, also on the whole discussion of the Biennale and of so much of the kind of current struggles in and beyond the cultural field and the culture wars that take place within them. I thought that perhaps as the impression of your questioning of the term decolonization is still fresh, I'll try to unpack with you some of the some of what you've mentioned, and I think perhaps we could start sort of a little bit looking at the dead ends and your take on them to begin with, like the dead ends of the 20th century resistance that you have also synoptically, for the case of the British Empire, written about in this extremely important book, Insurgent Empire. So I'd like to start with sort of this, in a way, the dead ends of decolonization. So meaning from sort of the enthusiasm to military coups in the continent of Africa, to the emergence of up to, say, Hindu fascism today, and many other diversions into or sidelines, histories of terror and thinking of Pol Pot or whatever, in this kind of like wanting to just also bring in the question of communism and to a certain extent. In a way, these failures, or as they're often referred to, are really creating a political vacuum that seems to sort of discharge itself on the present right now in very dangerous ways, and throw us in a way back onto a lot of, in fact, much earlier colonial assumptions. No, and I think we've heard a little bit about that in, for instance, just one example, Rasha's invocation of the exceptionalism, or, like in the sense that such discourses in their sort of managerial fashion have invoke a whole kind of set of base assumptions of colonial discourse, and we see that actually unplaying a lot at the sort of hinge between the always kind of flawed distinction between modern and pre-modern, and the entry conditions into modernity that then are projected as insufficiently given, and therefore producing this whole kind of imaginary of being stuck in some form of pre-enlightenment irrationality. And I'm just stunned by how this kind of time warp happens, no? in a way throwing us back onto much, or like unearthing these still active foundations of the colonial project right now in the present. So I'd be interested to hear you speak a little bit about these dead ends also in relation perhaps directly to insurgent empire, to the as they are not, or only in the postscript invoked.
Yeah. That's a great question and a difficult one. So in Insurgent Empire, I wrote about the idea that power determines freedom, which is often a colonial premise, that freedom is a gift. So whether it is to the enslaved or the colonized, freedom is handed over when power decides that freedom is handed over. And without minimizing the extent, and Siraj spoke about this powerfully, without minimizing the extent to which power does shape the terms on which we are all invited to act, I think we should also be wary of completely dismissing democratic agency. And I don't mean, by democracy, I don't mean the system within which we are allowed to make constrained, often pointless choices, but that, and again, I go back to the panel earlier this afternoon, that people resist. And people resist in numerous ways, and hunger strikes are one, but there are also other ways in which people enact hope in hopeless situations. And I think that we sometimes underestimate the extent to which what rights do exist, what rights, what resources, what access to public goods that we do have been fought for. We have them unequally, and we have them in ways that are absolutely structured by power. But I think that I am with Frederick Douglass, talking about abolition and talking about fighting and saying power will not concede something without a demand. So the idea that power shaped the system so completely, including all rights, resources, goods, and it calls the shots, I think it is completely possible to overstate that case. And that even in situations which we might rightly regard as minimal, mealy-mouthed, and constrained, the few freedoms and rights that people do have been fought for. And I think we do need to remember that. In terms of dead ends, I mean, there are many answers to that question, but I think that one of the deleterious consequences of the colonial project as it moved into the decolonization mode, and I want to say this carefully, was a singular emphasis on sovereignty. By that, I don't mean to reject struggles very much in the present day for something like sovereignty, for self-determination. But I think that, for instance, if you look at the Bandung Conference of 1955, which is this kind of big moment where decolonization arrives on the global stage, and you look at the discussions in that conference, two things strike you. One, how much difference there is across the member groups meeting at that conference. But the other is that really that the only thing they can agree on at the end of the day is sovereignty and non-interference, right?
And modernization.
And modernization, developmental modernization. And I think what has happened is that decolonization devolved into that. And when it devolved into that, sovereignty then moved very easily into the question of self-assertion. Self-assertion became majoritarian self-assertion. And so, in ways that now you look back and you see as almost inevitable, the language of nation states ended up being a dead end because, and this has been said earlier today, that ultimately decolonization became state formation, accompanied by majoritarian self-assertion, racialized self-assertion, and went no further and did nothing else. And I think that of course opened the path to fascism, not just in the West, in the former metropole, but also in colonized post-colonial contexts where authoritarianism is widely to be seen, and where insurgent moments and movements tragically end up in that dead end.
I'd love to hear you a bit more about this question of the ambiguity or contradictory nature of the modern here, because it's also something that I think a lot of us struggle with, because exactly against the backdrop of what you've described, it seems that, like against sort of the reactionary anti-modern, in the sense of, say, invoked by fascist movements typically, and some wouldn't be readily identifiable as fascists. There seems to be a necessity to arrive at a sort of an emancipatory, by way of a decolonized concept of freedom, anti-modernism that as the horizon of decolonization, as you kind of laid it out. But the term modern, anti-modern, given that of how it ties together both the racializing, capitalizing project and its sort of syncretic cultural products, doesn't seem to quite be positioned right here. No? So we see that the new right, or the white reaction, is very much fortifying this a certain concept of modernity as sort of a sorting mechanism by which subject status and consequentiality of statements, etc., can be measured, and exclusion is operating. So I just wonder what your thoughts are about this, and how we might come to rephrase this particular knot in a way that clearly delineates that which of the modern bias in the decolonization discourse and practice that you have just described in terms of the Bandung conference could be sort of undermined or unsettled from a kind of also a perspective that is historically sort of a little bit lower.
So are you asking how the modernism of decolonization should be undone?
Yes. Without, or how would you, like the obvious problem in the sort of discursive formation is that the anti-modernism is easily funneled into, figurations of romantic anti-capitalism, fantasies of a sort of, lost purity of the origins of nations, religions, and what you have. So all these kind of ultimate discourses in the service of further fascisation. And there seems to be, in the quest for a decolonized notion of freedom itself, a completely different horizon necessary. That I think we see elements of that everywhere, but it seems to me as to be a major construction side to articulate this in terms that perhaps have to step out of this very terminology. I'm just wondering if you have thoughts on that.
Well, I don't know if I have substantially clear directions in which to go. As I said, I put this on the table as a problem. But I think that the binary of modern mapping onto colonial and anti-modern mapping onto decolonial might actually be an unhelpful framework. I'm suggesting that, like knowledge, modernity is a complicated, contradictory formation. It contains tremendous violence and oppression, but it also has been embraced by oppressed groups, pushing against the anti-modern grip of tradition. And again, I will come back to the caste question here. One of the world's most famous anti-modernists and figure in decolonization is, of course, Gandhi. And Gandhi has some very, very fascinating and important things to say. But it is worth remembering that Ambedkar and other oppressed caste activists said, no, no thank you, we don't want your romantic anti-modernism, we don't want your deindustrialized village life, because the village is a cesspit of inequity. And I think we would do well to look at the ways in which multiple marginalized groups, oppressed groups, have embraced certain aspects of modernity and made it. So it seems to me that, whether it's knowledge or whether it's modernity, I don't think it's a simple question of either we stick with it or we de-link. Our work is actually harder than that. Our work is sitting in these formations and trying to tease out what is, potentially emancipatory, what is potentially healing off the planet, what is potentially healing in a broader sense. I mean, Fanon writes about this when he writes about being a doctor in Algeria. And he has this kind of magnificent piece called Medicine and Colonialism, where he says, I totally understand why the colonized reject Western medicine, but I also feel deeply anguished because I know I can treat cholera. And I know that there is something I can do with these people who are, victims of a disease that I know I can help with. So, he articulates that profound contradiction of being in modernity, recognizing colonial violence as a part of it, but also recognizing that that is not the end of the story. And I think our work is, what do we do when we work with contradictions? How do we work with contradictions, I guess, in a dialectical fashion that doesn't put us into this, link or de-link? That just seems to me to be fantastical and unproductive.
I'd have two more questions to hear before we enlarge the panel. I just, because also, people in our audience and also online, unlike in the UK, might not know to the degree to which you are a public figure and perhaps the most trolled person I personally know, but also I hope likewise a lot of people looking at your work and your public intellectual engagement for orientation in the UK, in the current memory wars. And so I'd like to understand perhaps a little bit from you or like to ask you to share a little bit what the current mutation is in terms of in your own view of that which figures prominently on the title of your life, which is empire.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame anyone for not wanting to know very much about the British public sphere and its ugly, pointless culture wars. I think in many ways the fact that I am sometimes a flashpoint of those wars has less to do with anything I actually think or say than because I sit in the middle of an institution that is meant to be white and upper class, and sometimes I don't say things that, institutions like that are meant to say and to uphold. I think in Britain today there is great and ferocious and very cartoonish position taking around the question of empire. And it involves two things, two contradictory things. One is not remembering empire, insisting on ignorance, absolutely refusing any kind of knowledge about what actually did happen and what its consequences were. And on the other hand, repeatedly saying it was brilliant and it shaped the world and this was the greatest empire that the world has ever seen, and anybody who doesn't say that is ungrateful. And people, particularly women of color, will be charged with being ungrateful for saying, well, you're here because we emancipated you. And of course, part of my work has been to say that's not how emancipation works. That is not how freedom works. There is a great deal, I don't know, and I don't know whether there are parallels in Germany. There is a great deal of political misuse of imperial mythologies. There is a great deal of lying, and there is a great deal of tabloid and political enforcement of falsehood, but this is done in the name of free speech. So you're told that you can't criticize people who are disseminating mythologies or disseminating hate speech because you are trampling on free speech. But if you try to do something like, say, let's talk about the reality of Winston Churchill, you will be shut down. You will be shut down even before the event happens, and I'm saying, I rest my case.
The ghost of Churchill.
I rest my case.
Okay, while we are trying to get electricity back, let's move to the slightly enlarged Siraj and Anna. Would you join us? Wonderful, that was quick. If any exorcism of colonial ghosts would be that effective. Okay, yeah, I'd like to start by giving you the chance to, would you like to, no.
I guess, I feel like I have to, so I'll say something. I'm not at all criticizing democratic political agency. That's not the point of what I was trying to say. I'm trying to imply that our democratic political system depends upon taking political agency away from people in other places. And we can't get away from that fact. So if we're going to talk about political action, we have to understand who is most hurt by the system in which we live. We have to think about that. I think that's what I was trying to say. So we have to exercise democratic agency. Some people do not have that capacity. They have to use their agency in very, very different forms. And that's what I'm trying to understand and think about. And so when we valorize our democratic capacities, we have to understand the system that informs it. That also has to be criticized. And that is very, very sobering, because at that point we realize we're part of a political system that is so deeply, and our lives are so deeply enmeshed in violence, there's no way to escape it. There's simply no way to get away from it, right? So there's not a possibility of decolonization, I don't think. There is a possibility of constant critique of the systems that we are enmeshed in. I think that's very, very fundamental. And I think it's probably useful to think about the forms of agency exercised by those whose sovereignty is never recognized. And I think that's a really hard thought experiment for us, because that's a form of agency that is very different than ours, and it's good for us to think about that. That's the point I was trying to make. But I'm all for democracy, truly I am. I just think it's enmeshed in a very complicated system.
I would have a question for Siraj, then I would also have a question for you. Because yesterday I quoted from your Stillbirth of Capital and the story of Captain Avery in Daniel Defoe's novel, not being able to sell the dowry, he captures the dowry of a Mughal princess, and then he discovers that the dowry actually has no value in European markets, and to quote from you again, because he understands that this dowry is caught between the diverse economies of the pre-modern world, which means that it points to the limit or to the edge of European modernity, meaning to other worlds. And today you began by saying that the condition of existence for the modern Western state was the destruction of these non-state societies. But I wanted to ask you in what way, and I'm also like, referring to a talk that Hannah Dasgupta gave at the AKV some 3-4 weeks ago, in which she said that the condition of possibility for the emergence of Western capitalism was the destruction of the Chinese market economy. So I wanted to ask you if you have comments on that, like not simply on the destruction of non-state societies, but like the condition of emergence for this one specific type of monopoly capitalism, which exists in a feedback loop with military with like an entanglement of military and sovereign power being like the destruction of other markets, other worlds, other economies.
Anna is quoting from a book that I wrote more than 10 years ago, which she clearly read recently, so, so she remembers it much better than I do, in fact. But yes, that's absolutely true, that the name of that book is called The Stillbirth of Capital, and the reason I named it The Stillbirth of Capital is that modernity is understood as the liberation of the circulation of capital globally. That's what modernity is understood as the birth of capital. The truth is that there were very complicated networks of commerce and trade throughout the Indian Ocean, run by Arabs from, and there's a lot to do here with the Islamic fundamentalism. Osama bin Laden is, like my own ancestors, Hadrami. He's from Yemen. The Hadramis ran the Indian Ocean. That was taken away from them by European imperialism. So there was a long history of something we could call capitalism, though it was more complicated than that. And the reason Europe colonized the world is because that system had an incredible wealth and it had tremendous value to interstate conflict within Europe. And the Europeans understood that whoever could monopolize that system would win the intrastate battle within Europe. And that's exactly the way it happened. First it was the Spanish and Portuguese, then it was the Dutch, then it was the British, right? So, and yes, I began writing that book after September 11th. So I was very interested in the relationship between militarism, indebtedness, and what I'm calling here extraterritorial violence. Those things depend upon each other. Now, my point is actually not to critique Western state formation. That wasn't my point, although, of course, it would make sense you would think that. My point was to critique state formation per se, in a specific way. What any state is a tremendous concentration of wealth and military power. To create a state, you have to employ forms of labor that are fatal. You have to kill people or injure them, the kinds of labor that produce a state. And so it's not Western state formation. James Scott's very interesting book, Against the Grain, goes back to Mesopotamia, the first states. And this is where he sees that to build a state, you have to build roads, you have to build canals. This is labor that no citizen, no one with political rights would ever engage in. If they were forced to do that, they would use their political rights to rise up. So in order to build a state, the labor you need has to come from people who, as I said, they're non-state peoples. You go to, this is what Athens did also. Athens slaves came from islands in the Mediterranean, non-Greek speaking people, non-state societies. You go to the island, you kidnap the people, you destroy the island so they can't go back, and you make that population your slave. So the problem is not Western state formation. The problem is simply the concentration of wealth and military power. That's politics. That is what politics is, in my opinion, right? And I'm not saying that we have to stop doing it. We can't stop doing it. It is the form of our life. But we have to acknowledge that fact and then think about how deep our critique has to be when we realize we are so deeply enmeshed in a multi-millennia system that depends upon violating people whose other forms of sovereignty we can't see.
I would, however, have a follow-up, perhaps for both of you, because, I find it interesting how there seems to be a conflation between the discourse of demodernization and the discourse of decolonialization or decolonialism.
What?
Demodernization and decolonialization, or demodernizing and decolonializing. And what I find interesting is that, well, one, that it tacitly presupposes that Western states have a monopoly on modernity, which is something that I would strongly contest or object to. But the other thing is that I find it interesting that it's happening in a moment in which China becomes not only like modernizing power throughout the global south, but also like the new economic hegemon, and how like European, or like the concept of European modernity is always tied or like kind of entangled with this question of like monopoly markets, seems to me to have a lot to do with the way this conversation is unfolding. I just wanted to ask if you'd like to comment.
I don't understand the question, Anna.
The question is whether, I find it interesting that this discussion is occurring in a moment, like the question or the conflation between modernization and demodernizing and decolonizing is occurring precisely at the moment when China becomes the modernizing power throughout the global south.
Talking about demodernizing?
It's like...
You mean kind of like all the people who have a kind of romantic idea that critiques modernity?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much.
Okay.
We've been talking about that too. Never mind. Let's move to another question.
I can... Are you asking whether anti-modern discourse and decolonizing discourse are emerging because China is the new center of power? Is that your question?
I'm asking whether the popularity of this of the way these two strands of discourse are conflated at the moment would have something to do with the fact that China is becoming the new global hegemon, and also like the like infrastructural power, or the power that is like leading the building of infrastructure.
I don't know about, it's an interesting question. I don't know whether it has anything to do with China. But again, I think we should remember that decolonization isn't something that's just a kind of academic notion that that we use it to critique and that's what we do, but we can't do much more. It emerges out of organizing. It emerges out of street movements in South Africa, for instance, in the Arab Spring, for instance. It seems to me we have two options. We can either say, power has existed and killed and wounded for millennia and it calls the shots and we should try, but you're not really going to win. That may well be true. And in a way, part of me wants to say, well, yeah, that's true. Let me just go and chill, because what will be, will be. Or we can recognize that the history of oppression has also always been the history of resistance, and not just in James Scott's terms where peasants silently do this or that, or quietly do this or that, but that people have organized. The stuff about the Arab Spring earlier, and it was very nice to see sort of such a kind of generous mapping of the places it happened. Yes, it failed, and it was going to fail, because we live in a world where capitalist power still runs the show. But I think we would be incredibly unfair to not think about the multiple ways in which people in very horrendous conditions have pushed back. And I'm not saying that, hunger strikes is not one of those. It clearly is. But we know that slaves rebelled in horrendous conditions. The enslaved were resistors. And Douglas speaks about this, to the extent that they could.
They had to potentially sacrifice their lives to resist. That's
absolutely,
the point.
But people do put things, people do make sacrifices in organizing.
That's not arguing with what I'm saying.
Well, I'm not arguing with what you're saying. I'm just saying that there is a history of organizing, which is not just the Foucault model or the Scott model, which, that is, that exists, and that's fine. But there are other ways to think about the ways in which people have grappled with both colonialism and modernity, and indeed, other tyrannies.
I'd also think that rather than sort of reading it through this suggestion of an unconscious economic paranoid economic determinism of, I think maybe also the experience of sort of the closing in of a modernization paradigm to kind of become an empty present that forecloses even the imaginary of a freedom. And this has much more to do with that sort of, having to look through the loopholes and I think, also because of James Scott was invoked and the question of the state, and I think there could be an argument be made that yes, the nation state in its forms of both the economic imperial model tied to it, the military model tied to it, and crucially the form of subject and its legalization is definitely something of a different register than early Mesopotamian states, but I'm very sympathetic to the argument. I just wanted to draw attention to this kind of, because that was also where Anna quoted from, this was part of this conference on David Graeber's and David Wengrow's book, which really adds a lot of detail to this question of the emergence of the state. And they kind of actually have a proposition that I'd like just to throw out here, which I think could be useful in the sense of like narrating that history in a way, as it were, inside out, as a history of the increasing sort of disappearance of three fundamental freedoms, which I think are useful to think through the question of what a decolonized freedoms are. The freedom of movement, the freedom to move away and be welcomed elsewhere, the freedom to disobey, especially orders and arbitrary orders in particular, and that's the freedom to remake or to remake society in playful manners, to experiment, to play. These three freedoms, which sound like innocent, and just by immediately looking a little bit closer, you realize what histories of violence have gone into actually restricting them, and that something like the emancipatory promise of the Chinese Communist project in its current state is all but eliminating these freedoms, lead to a much more urgent sense of thinking decolonization with demodernization. But again, there is this problem that the term modernization here fails to quite grasp this what's at stake. But I think it's also crucial, when you think of Marxism, right? Like the entire kind of, let's say, Cedric Robertson's project, Sylvia Wynter's project, is about, in a way, demodernizing Marxist while remaining the core of Marxism. And this takes place on the anthropological base assumptions of how the human is made, what labor, what work is within the Marxist modernization project. That there is a non-modernizing project in Marx is also known to many of you in the room here. So I just wanted to throw that out.
I'm so sorry. The language of demodernization just doesn't resonate with me. I guess I'm not fully understanding. I would not think of what Cedric Robinson did as a form of demodernization. I would think of it as him trying to rethink Marxism, orthodox Marxism, from non-white subject positions. Demodernization is a term that makes perfect sense to me as something that Europe has always wanted to do. That is Orientalism. Europe has always had an interesting and profound critique of itself, and it has often gone either to its own feudal period or to the non-European world to try to understand other forms of life. In fact, the early colonialists in India, for the first century of colonialism in India, they were all demodernizers. They were critics of European modernity, wanting to understand non-European traditions. But I guess I'm not quite getting what you guys mean by demodernization here, because I do not think of Cedric Robinson as that at all. And I would say that modernism is also simply not, I think for some people it might be a dirty word. Modernism is not a dirty word for me. I mean, all these things are riven by conflict. Everything can be used in critical ways or hegemonic ways, everything. Romanticism, modernism. As someone who is trained studying European literature, I don't need to decolonize myself from European literature. I need to decolonize myself from strategies of domination, which exist in all places.
I have one last question for Priya before we open to the audience, and this is because this is particularly relevant for this present series of conferences. And what I wanted to ask you is something that you refer to George Padmore in great detail, and you refer to the way he insisted, and I'm going to quote you, that one could not divorce the fight against fascism from the fight against colonialism and imperialism because, and I'm quoting you now, the left could not demand solidarity demand solidarity on a presumed homogeneity of class interests without recognizing the intertwining of racial capitalist and colonial ideologies. But then in the wake of Hitler's rise to power, the Communist International, as you write, asked Padmore to, and I quote you again, put a brake on the anti-imperialist work, which he then saw as a betrayal of the budding movements, independence movements in Asia and Africa. And I wanted to ask you about this kind of rhetorical divorce between the liberal empires and the illiberal empires as that which manufacture the post-world order, and also like the post-world war system.
Yeah, I mean that's something that Padmore and many others in that moment, black radical intellectuals and campaigners in the 1930s were repeatedly saying that you are making a false distinction between talking about sort of liberal empires and colonialism on the one hand and fascism on the other. And this is something, again, that you cannot say in Britain today without there being utter hysteria, because Britain in particular premises its identity, its national official identity, on having prevailed over Nazi Germany. So that has embedded the very thing that Padmore and others were critiquing, which is good colonialism, bad fascism, good Britain, bad Germany, colonization on the one hand. We are still required to always say, yes, it did some good things. So this binary has been challenged, but it's the challenge that it has been subjected to is repeatedly forgotten. So it's also the subject of amnesia. In the present, we see what Padmore and, in fact, Césaire also talked about very profoundly, is colonialism, unacknowledged or acknowledged, coming home to roost as authoritarianism, as fascism. But as I said earlier, it is also taking the forms of fascism in the post-colonial world. And I don't know what Padmore would say if he was here today, but I think what is right is that the ghosts of colonialism drive the present-day body of fascism, and those two things have to be thought about in tandem.
Yeah, let's open to the floor. We have a mic. Yeah, Rasha?
I want to thank you both for extremely enriching conversation and presentations or lectures. Priya, I want to go back to the non-alignment, because the really important meeting is Belgrade. And something struck me when I was listening to you. Sukarno's speech he was only asking for the freedom to be free. And I remember when I saw the footage and I heard him say that, it was bizarre to me. What do you mean, the freedom to be free? But, okay, eventually I understood. But I think it resonates with the kind of aspiration that the non-alignment, that the decolonizing project maybe wanted. The freedom to be free, and not the freedom to become a nation state, not the freedom to have, but just this core idea. At that conference in Belgrade, something else happened that maybe we can take as a cue. They didn't build a monument. Of course, they built an incredible conference center, which today is still in Belgrade, beautiful. But they built a park. And each leader of a nation, even the delegations of countries that were not yet independent. So the Palestinians were there, the FLN, the Algerians were there, the Angolans were there. Each one planted a tree, and the idea was that the distance between the trees would be such that when they grow, their branches touch each other. And something about that park, by bringing in non-human living forms, I think maybe a seed to thinking, I don't know what a decolonized world would look like. Certainly, I cannot imagine what forms of living outside extractive capitalism would look like. It's very hard, at least for me it is. So, but these are symbolic moments, I think, that we can take as a cue to begin. I don't think it's a coincidence that in the past 10 years, there's been a plethora, and Anselm is responsible for several of these events, that we look back at non-alignment. Objectively, the Cold War has been over for a while. Why should we, in the past 10 years, look back so feverishly, so passionately, at what the non-alignment tried to do? The fact that there were delegations of different nations, I think is significant because, at least in Belgrade, there were. The contradictions between the independent countries were apparent, were complicated to manage. And the delegations aspiring towards freedom from colonial rule were present. I don't know if I'm being a poet rather than being a political theorist, but yeah, that's what I wanted to throw in, this idea, the freedom to be free.
Yeah, thank you, Rasha. That was really, really beautiful, and I think that's right. I mean, the problem of post-colonial independence is ultimately it felt it had no choice but to take the form of a state, and they had to take the form of a state within systems, as the Patnaiks explained, where they were always at the bottom of a hierarchy, right? And so I didn't understand that phrase, that kind of oxymoronic phrase, the freedom to be free. But the freedom to be free is that the form of sovereignty can never be pre-decided. But in our world where politics is the precondition of power, politics understood very specifically as an order produced from the mid-17th century forward. It's European, but the fact that it's European is not the problem. It is why we do not have the freedom to be free. We have the freedom to try to concentrate power within this system, which comes with many costs. And so the way you described that was beautiful, because it was also fundamentally non-anthropocentric. You know, the freedom not to be human or not to stay within this definition of freedom, and open to other forms of being, all of which need to have, or perhaps have some form of sovereignty we could try to understand.
All of that's exactly right. I haven't read the Belgrade proceedings per se. I was looking at the Bandung ones recently. But I do think that from the post-colonial standpoint, we are obliged to pose the question of what went so horribly wrong, and that, you know, many of these figures, and I would include Nehru in them, broke promises, went in very different directions. Some of that is explicable, much of that is explicable by the fact of having to use the grammar that was already in place. But other choices were not exercised. And it's one thing to say we want the freedom to be free, but it's another thing to not do the other kinds of things that anti-colonial struggles put on the table, including radical land distribution, including radical equality, including anti-majoritarianism. What happened? And there's only a point to which we can blame the terrible global order in which we are at the bottom. The point is that elites and agents of the new post-colonial states made certain choices. And they made certain choices that were anti-democratic, that were anti-people, that were wealth concentrating on their end, that were embracing capitalism from their end, embracing racism from their end. And I think that there is no point in having a discussion about decolonization that doesn't also say why were these choices made and where did they lead.
I mean, perhaps as long as there... Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's okay. I can hold it. Okay. Can I hold the microphone? Okay, thank you. Well, I just wanted to also say, Rasha, I share your nostalgia for the non-aligned movement, but look at and I also want to confirm what Priya said. We do have to look at where did it go, and just look at the buildings. It's a haunted house now, what you're talking about. Now it's a ruin. So is the hotel, not only the conference center. And, you know, to really materially look at where did it go is kind of shocking with this nostalgia in my head. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to continue with this question, where did it go? And this is a question that I actually had for the panel before, that I had when you, Rasha, used the label radical political imagination. And I was thinking, how is it radical to the map that you gave us? What do we do by calling it radical? What does it mean to radicalize things that are commonsensical and that somehow also went through all of the talks, did have... So yeah, my question is there anything to be taken from the notion of universalism? And I think, Priya, you started your comments or your talks by also addressing this question, and I'm thinking about, I just started reading this book by Nivedita, what's her name, Majumdar. It's called A Grain, The World in a Grain of Sand, and I think the subtitle is Radical Post-Colonial Universalism, where she's calling for a revision of universalism, but under current circumstances. And there's also a book that's, I think, circulating through France right now, which is trying to update the French universalism to the 21st century. So is there anything to be taken from this idea of universalism, but in an updated way or manner?
I'll be happy to speak, but it's your question.
Yes, I mean, as I said earlier, along with Césaire, I would not wish to junk the idea. However, in the light of the specific question you asked about, the French universalism being updated, I think we should be wary of attempts to funnel, Marxism through the post-colonial filter and then say this is a new universalism, but actually rehearse fairly old shibboleths of the Western left. When I was talking about universalism, I meant that we need to do the work of unpacking the ways in which ideas of global, planetary, universal, whatever, wider imaginative category you want to use has been theorized in other ways, in other places, in other times. I'm not in favor of taking a model that is fundamentally European and simply saying now we will put a little bit of post-colonial in there and now it's an updated model of universalism. The point to understand is that universalism is not just theorized by Europe or something like, I'm happy to call it something else. People have used terms like planetarity, maybe, but we have the capacity to think beyond ourselves and our immediate community. But I also want to say this, and maybe this is more contentious. A lot of universalism has to do with offering, certain rights, equality, liberty, etc., as European. But again, equality has been theorized in multiple sites and in other times, and they have emerge from living movements, movements against caste, movements against Brahmanism, movements for gender equality. These are things that have put these values in place and shaped them, which is why I keep returning to the idea that we cannot assume that rights and values were given from above to below, that actually it is very frequently the other way around, that they were shaped by struggle against power.
Maybe I'll just also say a word. Is this thing on right now? It's definitely on. You know, I think, so two universalizing systems are capital and the state system, right? They want to encompass the whole world. And because those are our two concepts of the universal, both emanating from Europe, universalism has a bad name, right? And it's, of course, identified with France in particular. There's the French philosopher Alain Badiou, who insists upon using the term universal. I think it's because he believes in a form of organization and protest that will be truly universal, that will encompass everyone. So that's a universalism from below. And maybe now to play devil's advocate against what I had just argued in my talk, Alain Badiou was not only a philosopher, but he was himself a political organizer, and he worked on behalf of the undocumented, those without papers, the sans-papiers, in France, which were mainly Africans, and I'm sure as well some Arabs. And he organized them to understand, though they were not documented, what are the forms of power that they have and that they can use to gain rights within the state. So, you know, I think that there is a universalism from below also, and that's a critical universalism. It doesn't have, I think, Marxism is a third universalism, as a matter of fact. Badiou's a Marxist, but what he's doing here is different. It's a critical approach to political systems to understand what they leave out and what power those who have left out have to gain more rights within that system.
Thank you. I'm trying to just think experimentally here about a universalism from above that's not reminiscent of the domination, the dominating versions that we're all familiar with. So I think of Anakarax's Klutz. Like, I just love this figure. He's a contemporary of Kant's. He's a Russian aristocrat of Dutch heritage who hears of the French Revolution and gives up his title and runs to France to join the revolution. He's dressed as someone coming from the Americas. So he's learned of some native dress from the Americas, and he comes to join the rights of man, join in the party for the rights of man, and ends up not surviving the reign of terror, essentially, right? Because he was asking for the wrong kind of universalism. And so I'm thinking about ways to, excite values that, get excited about valuing the universal that would come from above, which would mean something like, he gave up his wealth, he gave up his title, he becomes a philosopher. So instead of putting all of the onus, back on those of us who are trying to fight from the bottom, like where do we start to incite the universalism from above? Why should it come back to those of us who are already, kind of involved in the struggle and not necessarily at the, I'm at our wits' end here, but it's about meeting the needs of a certain kind of anthropology, so I would return perhaps there. So getting needs met is where we're trying to move, but not necessarily by way of, having to always be thinking about ways that those without are going to somehow achieve. But I'm just trying to think experimentally here about ways that we might incite the value of universalism from those who are hoarding wealth, for example, like that. So there's countless generations of hoarded wealth that has been extracted. So where do we start to incite those who are, to be an Anakarax's Klutz, like give it up?
Just one small thing, I would say. Power does not seek to universalize. Power seeks to totalize. Power seeks to dominate totally. Actually, as you rightly pointed out, capital is not actually universalizing. It is concentrating wealth very particularly in the hands of a few and universalizing what it doesn't want, which is poverty, abjection, lack of access to resources. So I actually think that a critical universalism, as Siraj just put it, is the only form of real universalism. Everything else, as it was in the hands of colonialism, is, what is the word I'm looking for, is subterfuge. It's not really universal. We know that Europe's universalism was profoundly parochial and had no intention of sharing rights universally. Ditto the idea of the human. You know, we live in an anti-humanist moment, and one can understand what the anti-humanist critique is. But again, what you see repeatedly, not least from the enslaved and not least from the colonized, is an insistence on humanity. And this is what stops me from rejecting the idea of the human, or indeed a critical humanism altogether, because these are not actually coming from above. Power uses them as an alibi, but not really.
I think maybe I want to draw attention here, without being able to unpack this in full, because she was yesterday's most quoted theorist, to the kind of neither merely universalism from below nor from above proposition by Sylvia Wynter, to whose two texts where this is very powerfully argued, The Ceremony Must Be Found and Ceremony Found, we will have devote an exhibition later this year at the HKW, where she speaks of the ecumenically human, and actually does a whole lot of work on what that counter-universalism imagined by Aimé Césaire might look like, which perhaps should be called properly a liminal universalism, or a universalism of liminal, but she makes very clear that what that entails, and I think it's important for the horizon of decolonization, is a conversation about cosmology and cosmogony, and the like a kind of understanding, like where in the concept that, for instance, modernity did not invent freedom, that modernity did not invent the subject of freedom, etc., that this is really crucial for that. And the kind of conversation on cosmology needs to be able to describe capitalism itself within these terms, because else you'll be endlessly stuck within the language that keeps you in the very kind of matrix that you have laid out in terms of, like the negation that is still defined by what it negates in your initial statement, Priya. So I just wanted to draw attention to that, knowing that the ecumenically human is now, it's a concept too complex to unpack at this late stage here. But anyone also just doing is a little bit of advertisement and for the fall project, because it's somehow needlessly feeds into this discussion we're having right now. So sorry for taking so much screen time.
Darla, what's the name of that Russian aristocrat?
Well, I think he was Russian born and of Dutch heritage. Anacroxus Klutz. Okay. It's C-L-O-O-T, sometimes S, sometimes Z.
You might not like this idea, but I think we are him. We intellectuals are him. Okay, we are him. Like him we're not aristocrats. I mean, some of us might be aristocrats. We're all situated very, very differently in terms of academic hierarchies. We have different levels of stability, but we have the privilege of being academics. And what a good academic does is align himself with those who are most impoverished. And there's many examples of that. Fanon, Che Guevara, Subcomandante Marcos. This is an infrequent but recurrent intellectual move. Another example of that, to come to Priya's context, is A. Shivanandan, the Sri Lankan intellectual who was the head of the Institute for Race Relations in London. And he critiqued identity politics because he thought identity politics, he was doing this even in the early 90s. He was critiquing even Stuart Hall because he was saying that it's not attentive enough to those who are most globally immiserated. And that's a hard thing for us to do now, and it's a hard thing to do in this moment where identity politics is very powerful, takes center stage, has tremendous kind of traction within our university system in the United States and increasingly in Europe. But identity politics can also enable us not to pay attention to people who are globally even more immiserated than people in the United States or in Europe, right? And so it seems like it's for us to think, how do we keep on giving up our privilege and being aware of those who no one is really aware of now, right?
Any more questions? Okay, I think then Anna.
I mean, I would perhaps have one last one because Nikhil Pal Singh was one of the speakers in our previous events. He threw in this concept of insurgent universalism, and he thought that the only universalism he could actually defend, or I mean, maybe I'm misquoting him. I hope I'm not. Was this universalism of need, in the sense that like the only shared real, or like real universal would be universal need, in the sense that like politically speaking, the most universal need would be the need for land. And so he would recognize this kind of like political universalism only in the sense of like, like the struggle against settler colonialism and land grabs, and the struggle, for instance, of the Sem Terra movement in, like throughout Brazil and South America, the struggle of indigenous peoples. So maybe I would just, maybe I just wanted to bring this in now because I honestly didn't want to end the series of universal conferences with a critique of identity politics.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, things might be different in Germany, so yes. Forgive me. But nonetheless, there's the intensity of a moment. We have to understand what has to be said now, but we also have to keep broader perspectives in mind. But I agree. I think insurgent universalism, to come back to what Priya has written about, is very, very important.
Equally, though, a cautionary note. I think the term identity politics is very frequently misused. Not by you, but it's on left and right. It's used to delegitimize struggles for recognition or emancipation that either a leftist of the right sort or a right-wing, white man afraid to lose privilege will always deem the struggles of others identity politics. Yes, we need to bear in mind at all times those of fewer and fewer and fewer privileges, those who are so subaltern as to not make their imprint on the world. But I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think that we can put into play the needs of those almost entirely elided, while also saying, yes, if you're middle class, white, and transgender, I will stand alongside you in your fight for recognition, dignity, and equality. So I think the good thing about universalism is we don't have to choose, that we can put struggles in dialogue with each other and stand alongside multiple struggles.
Yeah, thank you.
That would be pluralism.
That was exactly, I don't think it's pluralism. That exactly was Shivanandan's point, what you just said, Priya, which is articulate the demands and claims of the group you're aligned with, but make sure as you articulate them, you're articulating them with those who are most impoverished globally. Those two things have to come. And that really is what intersectionality was meant to be about at the beginning.
Thank you. That's, thank you, Priya. Thank you, Siraj. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Anna.
I think I can...